Hello, in this course you will learn ASP Core 6 from scratch. You will learn MVC, web services, how to use Entity Framework Core with ASP, how to use ASP's identity, and much more as a whole. I do expect you to have some experience with C#, Entity Framework Core, and web development in general. Please like and subscribe to support the channel for more free premium courses. In this lecture, I just quickly want to go over the tools I'll be using. So first of all, I'm going to be using Visual Studio 2022 Community. It's the best so far, and I recommend you get it. You can do ASP development with Visual Studio Code as well, but I recommend Visual Studio IDE because of the support. And I'm going to be using Chrome as my browser, and also Postman. This is a great program to use when developing web services. It's free, so make sure to get that as well. Okay, and finally I want to mention that I do a commit after each lecture, so you can get to any file basically by cloning this repo. So here I am at the repo, and I'm gonna go to code and copy here just to show you guys, and clone in Visual Studio, paste that there and clone. Okay, get into the folder here, and now if I go to get and view branch history, here are all the commits. Let me just go to normal view, detailed one, like so. So let's say now I want to see the code for detecting HTTPS, for example, for 10 here. I can just double click it and see the files here. Okay, and I can right click here and open to view the file nicely. And also what I can do is right click here and reset delete changes hard to get to this point without any of these other commits after that. Okay, and then if you want to see some code from later on, you can simply clone again. Okay, so just a tip for you guys, and now let's get to it. I'm gonna create a new project, so I'm gonna go to create a new project and choose web here. And you would probably want to use this MVC one for websites or the web API one for web services, because they already do a lot of the grunt work for you. But because of the course, and for now at least, I'm gonna go with this core empty one and add what I need along the way. Okay, and I'm gonna call it core, and the rest is fine for me. Next, and here .NET 6 and HTTPS on, and it's all good. So create, and here we are. Great. As you can see, there isn't much here in the project, the empty one. Let's first check out the launch static.json that's inside properties. So this one right here. Okay. This Iis Settings section is used to configure the HTTP and HTTPS ports used when the ASP.NET Core platform is started through Iis Express, which is how older versions of ASP.NET Core were deployed. The profile section describes a series of launch profiles which define configuration settings for different ways of running the application. This project name section defines the configuration used by the .NET run command, which is the default however you start the app, either through the console command or by simply starting it with or without debugging. And the Iis Express section right here defines the configuration used when the application is used with Iis Express. We are concerned only with this profiles project section right here. Okay, I'm gonna change the URL for HTTP to 3000 port, and I'm not gonna change it for HTTPS because I'm not gonna be using it for now. And I'm gonna set this launch browser to false as well. Okay, So now to run the application, you can start it normally by clicking here or here to start without debugging, or use the console. So let's see how to use the console first of all. I'm gonna right click the project and go to open in terminal right here. And now here I'm gonna say .NET Watch. Okay. And now if I go to localhost 3000, I can see that it works. And this is coming from the program CS file, which I'm going to cover in a bit, but anyway, the point is it works. So there's this .NET Watch we just used, there's also .NET Run. Okay, and the difference is basically that .NET Run works better with this program file, program CS file, and that type of files, the settings files basically. And .NET Watch refreshes the browser, so that's that hot reload, which is the new thing in VS 2022. So you can run .NET Run as well, which supposedly won't refresh the browser, but they don't really work all that well regardless. I just want to show you all the ways. Okay, so if I refresh here now, you can see that it still works. Okay, but actually let me just get out of here, so Control-C to get out, and application is shutting down, and now if I refresh, it doesn't work, okay, as expected. But I don't use this, okay, what I use personally is this right here, Start Without Debugging, which runs that .NET Watch command either way. And like I said, it doesn't really work perfectly. So often if you don't see a change, you need to restart the application. So I just use this. I either click here or use the shortcut Control F5. And the good thing about this new Visual Studio is that it's much faster than before, so it builds really fast. Okay, so I'm gonna click here. And now here it is automatically. Okay, so that's the way I'm gonna be starting the application and using it throughout the course. I'm just gonna close this here, and now it shouldn't work anymore. Okay, the purpose of the ASP.NET Core platform is to receive HTTP requests and send responses to them, which ASP delegates to middleware components. Middleware components are arranged in a chain known as the request pipeline. When a new HTTP request arrives, it goes through the middleware components in the chain, which inspect and modify it in some way if needed. Once the request has made its way through the pipeline, the ASP platform sends the response. Some components focus on generating responses for requests, but others are there to provide supporting features, such as formatting specific data types or reading and writing cookies. If no response is generated by the middleware components, then ASP will return a response with the HTTP 404 not found status code. Services are objects that provide features in a web application. Any class can be used as a service, and there are no restrictions on the features that services provide. What makes services special is that they are managed by ASP, and the feature called Dependency Injection makes it possible to easily access services anywhere in the application, including middleware components. Dependency Injection will be covered later on in the course. The program CS file contains the code statements that are executed when the application is started, and that are used to configure the ASP platform and the individual frameworks it supports. So this one right here. And if you've used any earlier version of ASP.NET, you might remember that there were two files. There was that startup file as well, and now there's just this program CS file, which is really good. So anyway, in here first we have this create builder method. Is responsible for setting up the basic features of the ASP platform, which includes creating services responsible for configuration, data, and logging. Then this build method is used to set up middleware components, and this empty core template has set up one middleware component, this right here, and this map get method is used to define an endpoint, and endpoints are basically routes, but they represent literally the request handling code, so the code that is executed when there is a URL match. Okay, so in this case here, the route is the root domain, which just returns a string. And that's where that text was coming from before, hello world. And finally, the run method starts listening to HTTP requests, okay? The CS Proj file or the project file contains the information that the .NET Core platform uses to build the project and keep track of dependencies. That CS Proj file is hidden and can be accessed in several ways. You can right-click the project, and here it is, edit project file, or the simplest way is to just double-click the project, okay? And there is no need usually to edit the project file directly in most projects. The most common change to the file is to add dependencies. So for example, let's say you have some dependencies here, and you create another project, for example, in the same solution, you could just copy-paste the dependencies and they would just get installed in the other project as well, which is really handy. So let's add a dependency now and just see it reflected here. So I'm gonna go to Tools and NuGet Package Manager, Manage for Solution. And I'm gonna search for identity entity. Let's see. This is the one I want. Choose the project and install. Okay, so now let's see the Proj file, and here it is. Let me just Control KD to format this. And now here we have that list of dependencies, okay? ASP provides various middleware components, but to understand it better, let's create our own custom middleware. So in the program CS file, above this map get, I'm gonna say app use. The use method is used to create custom middleware, and I'm gonna say async and context and next fat arrow, and I'm gonna say here if context request method is HTTP method get and context request query with the key of custom is equal to true in that case, and this is supposed to be methods, not method, like so. So in that case I'm gonna say context response and content type is gonna be text plain. And finally write something. I'm gonna say await context response write async and custom middleware and a new line, okay? And after that await next, like so. Okay, so what's happening here exactly? When any GET request with the appropriate query string comes in, so this custom true, which for us is the root request because that's the only route that we're handling right now. It's the only endpoint we have. So first, when the request comes in, first it goes through the first middleware in the pipeline, which is custom middleware in our case. Then it calls the next method, which will invoke the next middleware in the pipeline, which is app-map-get right here in our case, which will handle the request and produce a response. Okay, so to see this in action, I'm gonna Control F5, so start without debugging. and go to localhost 3000, and here is the text from the endpoint. But if I add that query string here, so custom true, now I get custom middleware here as well. Okay, and this code is pretty easy to understand. This context is HTTP context, which you can see by hovering over it, and the context request here, and response right here. They contain useful properties such as method, query, and content type, which we have used. And also you may encounter middleware that calls next invoke instead of next. So here that will be next invoke, like so. And these are equivalent. Okay, so this next, like so, is provided as a convenience by the compiler to produce concise code. Okay. Middleware can also be defined using classes. Let's add a class called middleware. So right click the project and add class middleware. Okay, so in here I'm gonna have a private request delegate, and I'm actually gonna call it _next, and have a constructor ctor double tab, and pass that request delegate here, call it next, like so. And now I'm gonna have a method, so public async task and invoke. Okay, pass HTTP context here, like so. And let me just copy from here so I don't type everything again. So all of this, paste that in here, and let's see what we need to change. Before setting the content type here, I'm just gonna make sure that the response hasn't started. So I'm gonna say if not context response has started, I'm gonna set the content type, and this is gonna say class based middleware, like so. And for this next here, we need to pass the context as well. And this is supposed to be _next, like so. Okay, Control KD to format. So middleware classes receive a request delegate as a constructor parameter, so right here, which is used to forward the request to the next component in the pipeline. The invoke method right here is called by ASP when a request is received, and it receives a HTTP context object that provides access to the request and response using the same classes that Lambda function middleware receives. So same thing as we had here. Okay. And the request delegate returns a task which allows it to work asynchronously. And one important difference in class-based middleware is that the HTTP context object must be used as an argument when invoking the request delegate to forward the request. So right here, okay? And to actually add this middleware to the request pipeline, I'm gonna go to program CS, and I'm gonna get rid of this here. And again, guys, I do a commit after each video, so you do have that code that I remove. Okay, it's always available. I just want to clean up the files that I'm working with at the moment. So anyway, here I'm gonna say app use middleware, and the type is gonna be the middleware we just created, so middleware, like so. And import this, so let's see, using core. Okay, and let's see if this actually works. So I'm gonna Control F5 to start the application, and if I refresh here it is class-based middleware when I have the query string, And if I don't have the query string, I just get hello world. Okay, great. Middleware components can modify the HTTP response object after the next function has been called. To demonstrate, I'm gonna say here app use async context and next fetter, and I'm immediately gonna say, and this is popping up because the project is running, okay, which you can see right here. So I'm just gonna have it running and hope it's gonna do its thing. So anyway, I'm gonna say here await, that is await next immediately, and after that I'm gonna say await context response write async and a new line and status code, and I'm just gonna stop it so it doesn't keep popping up. And let me actually have that $sign here, like so. So status code is gonna be context response status code. Okay. So this new middleware immediately calls the next method to pass the request along the pipeline, and then uses the write async method to add a string to the response body. This may seem strange, but it allows middleware to make changes to the response before and after it is passed along the request pipeline. Okay, so let's see if this actually works. Control F5. And let's see here, refresh. And here it is, we get that status code after the response has been generated. Okay. Components that generate complete responses can choose not to call the next function so that the request isn't passed on. Components that don't pass on requests are set to short-circuit the pipeline. To demonstrate, I'm gonna get rid of this and say if context path, request path that is /short. In that case, I'm gonna say await context response, write async, and request short circuited, like so. Else, await next. Okay. So if the URL is /short, then this is gonna happen, and that's gonna be the end of it. Otherwise, it's just gonna continue down the request pipeline. Okay, so start the project, and if I go to the root, I get this, and if I go to /short, I get request short circuited. Okay. The map method is used to create a section of the pipeline that is used to process requests for specific URLs, creating a separate sequence of middleware components. Let's see. First of all, I'm gonna get rid of this, and I'm gonna have a cast here, application builder, app, and call the map method. So I'm doing a cast here to make sure the correct map method is called. Okay. And the first argument is the URL, so /branch, and pass branch here. And I'm gonna say branch and use async HTTP context, and also next, so that's func task, next. And here I'm gonna say await context response write async and branch middleware. Okay. And notice that this middleware doesn't invoke the next delegate right here, which makes this middleware terminal. Okay. So anyway, let's see if this works. Control F5. And if I go to /branch, here it is. Okay, great. Terminal middleware never forwards requests to other components and always marks the end of the request pipeline. And there are two terminal middleware components in our program CS file here. And those are this branch use and also app run. Okay. This run is a convenience feature for creating terminal middleware. So we can change our branch code here to, let me remove this next actually right now. And we see that that's a problem because I need to have that next with use. But if I change this to run, now it's all good. Okay. So let me run this again. And it's all good. Still works the same. Class-based components can be written so that they can be used both as regular and terminal middleware. Let's see. In middleware class here, first of all, I need to have an empty constructor. And guys, I'm gonna go to CS Proj here and I'm gonna disable this nullable. Okay. And down here, before calling await next, I'm gonna check that it's not null. So if next isn't null, okay, in that case, I'm gonna await next. And in program CS, I'm gonna get rid of this in this branch run, and I'm gonna say new middleware and invoke. Okay. So I have it here for the branch and here as well. And let's see if this works. So Control F5 for me to start the project. And let me just go to the root. Okay. And if I have that query string, it works. Okay, great. And if I go to /branch, I don't see anything here. But if I have the query string, I get it. Okay. There is a common pattern for configuring middleware that is known as the options pattern and is used by some of the built-in middleware components, which I will cover later on. The starting point is to define a class that contains the configuration options. So I'm going to create that class, right click here and add class. And I'm going to call it fruit options. And I'm just going to stop the project. And I'm going to have a string name and a string color. Okay. And this is going to have apples as the default. And this is going to default to green, let's say. Okay, now let's use this in the program CS file. First of all, I need to set up the options using services configure, which I'm gonna do here. So builder services configure, and the type is fruit options, and this is gonna be a fat arrow actually. And I'm going to change the name here and say that the name is watermelon. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of this and add a new endpoint. I'm going to say app map get and /fruit async HttpContext and the options. So that's going to be I options. And fruit options as the type. Call it fruit options. And fat arrow. Just close that brace there. And import what's needed, which is this one. Okay. And now I'm gonna say fruit options and fruit options value, and write those options. So await, context response, write async, and the $sign here. And I'm gonna say options name and options color. Okay, and let's see what happens. Control F5, and if I go to /fruit, here it is. I get watermelon instead of apples and color green, which is the default. Okay. The options pattern can also be used with class-based middleware and is applied in a similar way. So I'm going to create a new class, add class, and call it fruit middleware. Okay. And stop the project. And let me just paste from this middleware class. So I'm just gonna get the whole body and paste it here. So I need the next delegate for sure, and Control D to duplicate that line and get those options as well. So _options, get rid of this empty constructor. This one I need, just change the name. Okay, so this is gonna be I options, fruit options, options. Okay, this is supposed to be I options, and let's import it. Control dot, like so, and say here options is equal to options. This is supposed to be options value actually. Okay, and now in invoke here, and I'm just gonna check that the path is /fruit, and if it is, let me just copy from here. It's the same thing. So if it's /fruit, do this, and this is just _options now. Okay, else await next context. Okay, so this should hopefully work. In program CS, I'm gonna comment out this, Control KC, and this is gonna be fruit middleware, and let's see if this works. Control F5 to start the project, and restart here, and I get the same thing. Okay, great. Dependency injection is used to create and consume services. Okay, let's now create a services folder with an interface. So I'm gonna right click and add new folder and call it services. And notice that I've cleaned up everything from before, so it's not in the way. And in the folder, I'm gonna add an interface. So it's gonna be an interface, and I'm gonna call it iResponseFormatter. Okay. And this will define a single method, task format, and the method will receive a HttpContext object and a string content. Okay. Now to create an implementation of this interface, let's create a class. So in the same folder, services, I'm gonna add a class, and I'm gonna call it text response format, like so. Okay, so this is gonna implement iResponseFormatter, and let's just implement it like so. And here I'm gonna have a private int, call it response counter, and initialize it to 0. And this is gonna be async. And in here I'm gonna say await context response write async, and $sign and double quotes. and I'm gonna say response and increment the response count and new line and the content. Okay, like so. And let's add another class. This one I'm gonna call HTML response formatter. Okay, and that's also gonna implement iResponse formatter. Okay, and it's gonna be basically the same thing as this one, just it's gonna produce HTML. Okay, so just paste that whole thing there, and I'm gonna set the content type to text HTML. So context response, like so, and this one is gonna say formatted response, and the content is gonna be in H2, just to show some HTML. Okay, like so, and we don't need the new line now. Okay, so now let's say I want to use this text response formatter class in program CS. I can say here iResponse formatter equal to new text. Let me just import this so I get some help typing. Text response formatter, like so. And now I can say here app map get formatter1, let's say, the endpoint, and async context and await formatter format pass the context, and the content will be formatter1. Okay, and let's create another endpoint, formatter2, and the same thing, just that this is going to say formatter2. Okay, so let's run this and see what happens. Let me just copy this URL. So if I go to formatter1, response1 formatter1, and if I refresh, I can see the counter is being incremented. And if I go to formatter2, obviously the counter is still being incremented because they're both using the same instance. But the point here is, what if we needed that same instance in another file? Or what if we simply wanted to use that same implementation class in another file? We would need to create a new instance. Okay, so all that can be done, but the cleanest way would be to use dependency injection. To use dependency injection, I'm gonna first of all comment out this line, I don't need it, Ctrl-K-C, and now I need to register the service, which I do here. So I'm gonna say builder services and add singleton, and now here for the type, pass the interface, so iResponse formatter, and let me just copy and paste it from there, and the implementation class, and let me again just import this because automatically it goes away when you're not using it in this version of Visual Studio. But anyway, the implementation class would be HTML response formatter now. Okay, the add singleton method right here is one of the extension methods available for services and tells ASP that a single object should be used to satisfy all demands for the service. Other extension methods I will cover in a bit. Okay, so finally to use it, I'm gonna add the interface here as second argument. So I need to specify HttpContext now. And this is going to be iResponse formatter, so let me again just copy paste it, formatter, like so. And let me just do the same thing here. So copy and paste. Okay. Control F5 to start the project, and let's see what happens. Refresh here, and here it is. I get the HTML implementation class. Okay. And if I go to formatter 1, keep refreshing, and the counter goes up. Okay. Since it's a singleton, the same instance is being used. So far we have used dependency injection in one and the same file. Let's use it in another file. I'm going to create a middleware. So right click and add class. And I'm going to call this one custom middleware. Okay. And the code is similar to what we had before. So let me go to Git and view branch history and just try to copy paste something. Okay, this fruit middleware. I'm just gonna get everything from here. And if you've been programming for a while, then you know the pleasure of copy pasting code. So anyway, in here, paste that and change the constructor. Okay, so in classes, dependencies are added via the constructor. So here I'm gonna have that interface, and again let me just copy the name, iResponse formatter, okay, and formatter, and here again just get rid of this extra I and import this like so. So formatter, okay. And now we have that dependency. So I'm just gonna say here if the path is, let's say, /middleware. And again, let me just copy this. And this is underscore formatter now. And this is gonna say custom middleware, like so. Okay, looking good. Now just register it in program CS, app use middleware, custom middleware. Okay, import this. Okay, Control F5 and let me just copy this. So /middleware, and here it is. Okay, we are using the same implementation class specified right here in another file, which is great. If there is no constructor for whatever reason, services can be accessed through the HttpContext object that is received when a request is routed to an endpoint. Let's see. I'm gonna create a new class. So right click the project and add class. And I'm gonna call it custom endpoint. Okay. So no constructor here. I'm just gonna have a method public static async task endpoint and pass the HTTP context here like so. Okay, and let me copy that iResponse formatter is gonna be equal to, and let me just import this like so. So context and request services. Okay, so that's the way to get it, one of the ways. And get required service iResponse formatter like so. and that should get it. So let me just copy from this custom middleware this right here. So await and formatter, and this is gonna be custom endpoint, like so. Okay. And now to register it in program CS, I'm gonna say here app and the map get endpoint is the URL. This works, but I'm gonna have it a /endpoint and the custom endpoint like so. Okay. So Control F5 and let's see if this actually works. Copy that and go to /endpoint, and here it is, custom endpoint. Okay, formatted response 1, and it works. And yet another way is to simply add the interface as the second parameter. So I'm gonna comment this out and leave it in the file and just copy this and paste it here as the second parameter. Okay, and import it again, and this should still work the same. So Control F5 and refresh, and there we go, it's working. Okay, great. Singletons are not suited for everything, which is why ASP supports scoped and transient services as well, which give different life cycles for the objects that are created to resolve dependencies. The addTransient method does the opposite of the addSingleton method and creates a new instance of the implementation class for every dependency that is resolved. To demonstrate, let's create a new class. So add class, and I'm gonna call this one GUID service, and it's gonna implement iResponse format. Okay, let's import it and implement it like so. And this is gonna have a private GUID, and new GUID like so. Okay, and this is gonna be public async. And let me just copy from here this one. So this is gonna say GUID and have that GUID there, and I should have gotten the other one actually. New line and content. Okay. And now let's register it. So in program CS, I'm gonna say here add transient. Okay. And the implementation class is gonna be GUID service like so. And to demonstrate, I'm gonna duplicate this custom middleware class and call it custom middleware 2. Okay, like so, and the URL is going to be /middleware2. Okay, and let's see now what happens. I'm just going to copy that string. So Control F5, and here I'm going to go to middleware and another tab that's gonna go to middleware 2, okay, which I haven't added. I add it here like so, and let's see now if hot reload works, and it doesn't. So Control F5. Okay, and this one again. Okay, so the IDs are different. Okay, this one is different to this one here. So that's the point. But if I keep on refreshing, you can see that the IDs don't change. Okay? And that is because new service objects are created only when dependencies are resolved, not when services are used. Okay? So to solve this problem, the dependency for the service can be moved to the invoke method, similarly to the way it is used in the custom endpoint class. So if we check that class, we should see that the GUID is indeed different for each refresh. So if I go here to endpoint, I see this, and if I refresh, it always changes. Okay. Scoped services strike a balance between singleton and transient services. Within a scope, dependencies are resolved with the same object. A new scope is started for each HTTP request, which means that the service object will be shared by all the components that handle that request. Let's modify custom middleware to demonstrate. So in the custom middleware class, I'm gonna move the dependency to the invoke method from the constructor and have 3 dependencies actually. So let me just copy this and paste it here. And this is gonna be formatter 1 like so. And copy that and paste and paste. And this is gonna be formatter 2 and formatter 3. Okay. And I'm gonna get rid of this here and this here and this here. And I'm gonna say formatter formatter 1, that is, context and just an empty string, Control D twice to duplicate, and this is gonna be formatter 2 and formatter 3. Declaring several dependencies on the same service isn't required in real projects, but it's useful for this example because each dependency is resolved independently. Since the RResponse formatter service was created with the addTransient method, each dependency is resolved with a different object. Let's see. So Control F5, and actually it's here already, that URL, so refresh, and we can see that we get a different GUID for each formatter. Okay, and if I refresh, they change and they're still different. Okay, again with scoped, dependencies are resolved with the same object. So let's change that service to as scoped. So in program here, and now this is gonna be add scoped. Okay. Control F5 to rebuild, and let's see what happens now if we refresh. Let's see, and let me actually run it by clicking here, because sometimes if you don't see the error, try running it with debugging, okay, because I do want to see an error, so I'm just gonna click that. And we can see that we get an exception, and that is cannot resolve scoped service from root provider. Okay, and why? Because scoped services can be used only within a scope. So a new scope is created automatically for each request that was received. Request in a scoped service outside of a scope causes an exception, and the culprit in our case is custom middleware 2. Okay, so let me just stop this. So this one right here. And if I comment out that line and now start without debugging, let's see. And it works. Okay. And we get the same GUID for each message. And if I refresh, they change, but stay the same for each message. Okay. If I expand appsettings.json, I will find the appsettings development.json file. Most projects contain more than one JSON configuration file, allowing different settings to be defined for different parts of the development cycle. There are three predefined environments: development, staging, and production, each of which corresponds to a commonly used phase of development. Development is the default environment when you create a new project. appsettings.json contains the general settings, and if another one exists, such as appsettings.development.json, whatever is in there will override or add to the settings in that particular environment. Okay, so here's app settings, and if I expand, here's app settings development, or I can click here to disable file nesting and see both of them. Okay, so let me just Control KD to format this a bit. Let's say here in app settings, log level default is information, and this represents the severity of logging. Okay, so I'm gonna change in development information to debug, okay, which will show more. And if I search for ASP log level and go here to the documentation, I can see somewhere here on the page, right here, the severity ranges from 0 to 6, so trace is 0, debug 1, and so on. Okay. The configuration data is accessed through a service. If you only require the configuration data to configure middleware, then the dependency on the configuration service can be declared using a parameter. Let's see. I'm gonna say here app-map-get, and /config is the endpoint. And I'm going to pass here HttpContext and iConfiguration. Okay, config. And now I'm going to say string default debug, and that's going to be equal to config and the path to the configuration. So that's logging and log level and default. Okay, and write that out to the page, so wait, like so. Okay, great. Let's see if this works. Control F5 and go to localhost 3000/config, and it says debug. Great. Notice that that debug is in this app settings development right here, okay? And in app settings, it's information. But because we are in development mode, we see debug. And if I change that, so in properties and launch settings here, I can say here, for example, production. And let's see what we see now. Information, okay? I'm just going to change this back to development. Okay. I have covered the options pattern, which is a useful way to configure middleware components. A helpful feature provided by the iConfiguration service is the ability to create options directly from configuration data. Let's reuse fruit middleware and fruit options classes from before. So I'm just gonna create those classes quickly and copy the code from before. So new class, fruit middleware. Okay, and fruit options. And now I'm gonna go to Git and view branch history. 2.7 here and fruit middleware. Just copy this whole thing and paste it here, and fruit options as well. Okay, great. And now let's add the option to app settings. So in appsettings.json, after this allowed hosts, I'm gonna say fruit and name and watermelon. Okay. And now in program CS, I need to get that configuration option. So in here, I'm gonna say var services config, and that's gonna be builder configuration and builder services configure fruit options, which I need to import. And in here, services config and get section and the section name, so fruit. Okay, that looks good. Then finally register the middleware. So here, for example, I'm gonna say app use middleware and fruit middleware, like so. Okay, great. Control F5. And now if I go to /fruit, I believe it was, and here it is, we get watermelon instead of apples. Okay, great. We can also get the settings from the launch settings.json file, such as the environment. So to do that, inside of this config, I'm gonna say string environment, and that's gonna be equal to config. And let me just copy the name from launch settings so I don't have to write it, like so. That one, and paste it here. Okay, and write that to the page. So environment and Control F5, and if I go to /config, here it is, development. Okay. Also, there are actual methods for determining the environment, such as is development or is production. So to use that, I'm gonna say in here if app environment is development, let's say, because we are in development now, and I'm just gonna write something is development. Okay, and let's see, rebuild and apply changes, and let's see here if I refresh, and here it is development. Okay, log messages are written using the ilogger t interface, where the generic parameter t is used to specify the category. The convention is to use the type of the class that generates the messages as the category type. So for me, that's gonna be the fruit middleware class. Let's see. In here, I'm gonna add a second parameter to invoke here. So ilogger, and the type fruit middleware. It doesn't have to be, but as I said, is the convention, and call it logger. And I'm gonna use log debug to log the messages. So if the path is /fruit, I'm gonna say logger and log debug. And there are others as well, such as log error or log critical. Okay, but log debug will do it mostly. So anyway, in here, $sign and double quotes, and I'm gonna say started processing for context request path. Okay, so whatever that path is, and copy that and paste after that await and end processing for that path. And I'm also gonna copy that and have it in this else after next, and I'm gonna say here a /fruit not requested and the path, like so. And I'm also gonna copy it and have it outside of the if else and say fruit /fruit was or was not requested. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Control F5, and I have that middleware here in use from the last lecture. So if I refresh here, so the root, let's see, and I get here debug and fruit not requested, and fruit was or was not requested. And I get the path, so the root. Okay, so that's correct. And if I go to /fruit, here it is, starts the processing for fruit and processing for fruit, and also fruit was or was not requested, and this is the path. Okay. The logger service is useful for logging in classes, but isn't suited to logging in the program CS file, where top-level statements are used to configure the application. The simplest approach is to use the iLogger returned by the logger property defined by the web application class. Let's see. So after build here, I'm gonna say app logger and log debug. And I'm gonna say here pipeline configuration starting, and copy that and paste here above run and complete. Okay, so Control F5, and if I go here to the root, for example, I can see here at the top now pipeline configuration starting and complete. Okay. The conventional location for static content in an ASP project is the www root folder. If you use a template such as the MVC one, then that folder is created for you, but in my case I need to create it myself. Okay, so I'm gonna right click the project here and add new folder, www root, and now inside of it I'm gonna create just a static file. So I'm just gonna call it static HTML, like so. And this can just have an h1, say static. And let me just make this lowercase actually, because it's a bit weird like this. Okay, and to actually be able to use it, we need to add static middleware. So in program CS here, I'm gonna say here app and use static files, like so. Okay, so now if I start the project and go to /static.html, and I see it, great. Client-side packages can be installed by right-clicking the project and going to add client-side library here. Okay, so these are the providers. I'm gonna use CDN.js, and the library is gonna be Bootstrap. So here it is on the left for some reason, and that's the most recent version. And here is the target location, so that's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna install that. Okay, so here it is, the lib folder with Bootstrap. And notice that this libman.json file has also been created, which contains all the libraries we have downloaded. And now if I go to the static file, Control-Shift-T to go to file, static, and I can just drag, hopefully, the Bootstrap CSS file in here, and just apply a class, say P2, P-2, primary, bg primary, and text white. Okay, and let's see here, and there it is, great. ASP provides support for working with cookies through the HTTP request and response objects that are provided to middleware components. Okay, so to demonstrate, first of all, I'm going to get rid of everything here I don't need, and this body as well. I'll leave the map get, and don't need this and this and this. Okay, and this is just going to be context here, so get rid of this and this closing brace here as well, and this is going to be /cookie, let's say. Okay, so I'm going to have an int counter here, and that's going to be equal to context request cookies and the name, which is going to be counter. And if it's null, I'm going to initialize it to 0, but it has to be a string. Okay, and so I'm going to int parse this, so int parse and say +1 here, so increment by 1 each time. So cookies are accessed through request cookies, and to actually assign a cookie, I'm going to say context response cookies and append. Okay, and first of all the name, so counter, and then the value, which is going to be counter to string, like so. And there are various cookie options. I'm going to say new cookie options, and for example there this expires, as you can see, and I'm just going to use max age, and you can check out the rest for yourself. So this is going to be time span from minutes and 30, so this is how long before the cookie expires. Okay, and finally write that cookie to the page, so await context response and write async, and I'm just gonna say cookie and counter, like so. Okay, so this endpoint here /cookie gets and sets the cookie, and to clear cookies I'm gonna copy and paste this one, and this isn't gonna be async now, and clear. Okay, get rid of this, and I'm gonna say here context response cookies and delete, and the names, so counter, and then redirect, so context response redirect to the root, the home page, and I'm gonna return task completed task, so this is just a dummy task that's already completed. Okay, so this task is one that doesn't return a value or a result. Anyway, let's control F5 this to see if it actually works. Okay, so if I go to /cookie, cookie1, and refresh, and it increments, okay, great. And if I go to /clear, I'm redirected to the home page, which is correct. And if I go to /cookie again, it's 1, so that's a new cookie, and the other one was cleared. Okay, great. Setting up sessions requires configuring services and adding a middleware component to the request pipeline. Okay, so I'm gonna say here builder services and add distributed cache, memory cache, and then I'm gonna say builder services add session. Okay, options fat arrow, and here I'm gonna set some options, say idle timeout, and again I'm gonna have this from minutes, let's say, and 30, and I'm also gonna say options cookie is essential and set that to true. Okay, because ASP can manage cookie consent, which I haven't covered because I think it's just a waste of time, but you can check it out online if you want to. Anyway, this just makes sure that the cookie always works, meaning in this case sessions will always work. And finally, to add session middleware, I'm gonna say here app use session. Okay, so session data is stored in key value pairs, as I guess you know, where the keys are strings and values are either strings or integers. Okay, so by default, for some reason, more complex data isn't supported out of the box. So if you do need to store more complex data, which is usually the case, then you can use serialization. And I will not be covering using more complex data types for sessions in this course, but the next project I'll do, or course that is an actual project, ASP project, and I will use more complex session data there. Okay, so anyway, let me show you how to work with strings and integers. So let's actually just recreate the cookie example using session data. I'm gonna say the endpoint is /session, and now this is gonna be the counter that is. I don't need the in-parse, so get rid of that, but I will leave the parentheses, and this is gonna be context session and get int 32. Okay, and this is supposed to be in these parentheses now, the name that is. Okay, and this isn't a string anymore. So this right here gets the session data, and to set it, I'm gonna say context session set int 32 and the name, so counter, and the value is gonna be counter. Okay, and lastly I'm gonna say await context session and commit async. Using this commit async is optional, but using it is good practice because it will throw an exception if the session data cannot be stored in the cache for whatever reason. Okay, and get rid of this, and we have this write async here, so let's just say session here and get rid of this clear, we don't need it anymore. Okay, save that, Control F5, and let's see if this works. So /session, copy that, paste it here, session 1, 2, 3, and so on. Okay, great. I have enabled HTTPS for this project, and hopefully you have as well. So with that in mind, let's see how to detect HTTPS requests. And before that, let me just go to launch settings here and change the HTTPS URL to 4000. Okay. So to detect, I'm gonna say app map get /HTTPS and async context fat arrow and await context response write async. And I'm gonna say here HTTPS request and context request is HTTPS. Okay, so let's Control F5 and let's see, copy this. So if I go now to HTTPS, it's false, and if I go to 4000 and say here HTTPS like so, it's true. Okay, HTTPS can also be enforced. Let's see, to enforce it, I'm gonna say here app and use HTTPS redirection. Okay, so let's see what happens now. If I go to localhost 3000, you can see that I'm redirected to the HTTPS right here, 4000, and the lock is here. Okay. One limitation of HTTPS redirection is that the user can make an initial request using HTTP before being redirected to a secure connection, presenting a security risk. Hsds eliminates this risk by sending an Hsds header, so that browsers will send requests using HTTPS even if the user specifies an HTTP URL. Okay, so first I need to enable Hsds in the builder. So I'm gonna say here builder services and add Hsds options, and I'm gonna say options max age, and let's say time span from days and 1. So this property specifies the time period for which the browser should only make HTTPS requests, and the default is 30 days. And I'm also gonna say options and include subdomains and set that to true because it defaults to false. Okay, and I would want to use this in production only, so I would say down here, let's say if app environment is production, app use HSTS. Okay. Entity Framework Core is used through its command line interface or CLI tools. Okay, so to install the tools, you should open the terminal here inside of Visual Studio or anywhere else, but here it's easiest, I guess. Okay, and you need to run the following command: .NET tool install --global .NET-EF. Okay, so run that command. I'm not gonna run that command because I have it installed already. And once that's done, to verify the installation, you can run just .NET-EF. Okay, and so for example, to check the version, I'm gonna say .NET-EF --version, and mine is 605. Okay, so hopefully all this is working for you. Next, we need to install a couple of EF core packages. So I'm gonna go to the NuGet package manager and search here for design, entity framework core design. This is the one I want. Okay. And SQL server, entity framework core SQL server. So this one right here, get that as well. Okay. Now if I double click the project in the CS Proj file, I can see those dependencies here. So here's the SQL server and EF core design. Okay. And EF core itself. Okay, so assuming you have local DB installed, which you should if you're using Visual Studio, that's all you need. Data models represent the data you are working with. This can be anything, but they usually represent the tables in the database, and those tables are created based on the model classes. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to create a folder in here called models, and in it a class called product. Okay, so this is going to have a property long ID. Control Shift Enter to go to the next line, and name, string name, and decimal price. And for the price, I'm just going to specify here in square brackets a column, and the type name, that's going to be equal to decimal, and in parentheses 8,2. Okay, that's just how to format this column in the table. So it's not the default, which is 16.2 or something, I believe. Okay, and I'm gonna create another model class, so add class and call this one category. Okay, and I'm just gonna copy the ID and the name, and I want to create a relationship between these two tables, a one-to-many relationship. So I'm gonna have another property here. I'm gonna say that this is IEnumerable products, product that is and called products. Okay, and in the product class, I'm gonna have a long called category ID and another property called category of type category. Okay, so now we have that relationship. So far so good. EF core uses a context class that provides access to the database. Okay, so to create that class, and it can go anywhere like anything else basically, but I like to have it in a folder called infrastructure. So I'm gonna create that folder. Okay, and in here create a class and call it data context. And it's gonna extend db context. Okay, so let's import that. And here we need an empty constructor, so ctor, and pass in here db context options, and the type is this class, so data options and options, extend base, options and empty body. This is supposed to be data context, not data options, like so. Okay, get rid of this. Okay, and I'm gonna have the properties here for the tables. Okay, so I'm gonna say prop db set, and type is product, and the name products, and Control D to duplicate, and for category as well, so category and categories. Okay, import that, and looking good. So these properties right here will provide access to the objects that TF core will retrieve from the database. Okay, access to the database is provided through a service. So in program CS, I'm gonna say here builder services, add db context, and the type actually is data context, and options fat arrow. Options use SQL server, and let me just import this. Okay, and in here builder configuration and the connection string. So that's gonna be connection strings colon db connection, like so. Okay, and we need to create this connection string in the app settings file, and for that I'm gonna go to course files which you have on Git, which will contain stuff like this if needed. Okay, just to copy paste, so I'm just gonna open that and copy this whole thing and just paste it here, so I don't need to type all of that, like so. So connection strings is the name, it can be anything, and db connection can be anything also. And in here we have the server as local DB, the database is not specified, so I'm gonna call it core DB, for example. And this here just enables queries with multiple result sets. Okay, so all that looks good. And now to actually create the database and the tables, we need to use migrations. Okay, so for that I'm gonna open the terminal, right click here and open in terminal. And I'm gonna say .NET EF migrations add initial. I'll call it initial. Okay, so as you can see, I have this migrations folder now in here. And if I go into initial, I can see the tables that will be created based on my models. So categories here, and here's the ID and the name, and so on. Okay, for the products as well, the whole thing. The foreign key is there as well. Okay. And now to execute the commands in the migration, I'm gonna say .NET EF database update. Okay, hopefully that worked for you guys as well. So to check that, I'm gonna go to SQL Server Object Explorer here. If you don't have it here, go to View, and here it is. Okay, so go in here, and this first one, databases and core DB. Okay, so if I expand that in the tables, here they are. So I can right click and view data, let's say, even though it's empty, but I can see here ID and name and so on. Okay. Also, if at any point you want to drop this database and create a fresh one, just use the following command: .NET EF database drop --force. Okay, and after that do the update command and it should work. To see the database, I'm going to create a cdata class in infrastructure here. So add class and seed data. And in here, I'm going to say public static void seed database and pass the data context in here like so. Okay, so I'm going to say context database migrate, and let's import. Okay, and if context products count is 0 and context categories count is 0 as well, I'm gonna create two categories. Category fruits is gonna be equal to new category, and name, let me just import this as well so get some help. Name fruits. Okay, Control D to duplicate, and this is gonna be shirts. Okay, and this video is gonna be a bit boring, guys. Okay, so you just might want to copy paste from GitHub this class, but I want to do it on video because I want everything to be done on video. So anyway, I'm going to continue here. Context products, add range, new product, name is going to be apples, price 150M, and category fruits. Okay, and comma here, and let's duplicate this a few times, 3 times like so. So this is gonna be lemons, and the price is gonna be 2, and watermelon and 0.50, and grapefruit, which is gonna be 250. Okay, and now we need some shirts. So this one is gonna be blue shirt, 250, and shirts, and copy and paste this 3 more times as well. Actually, this can be 5.99, and black shirt. Let me just change this price to this because it makes more sense, I guess. This can be $7.99 and red shirt $9.99 and yellow shirt $11.99. Okay. And finally, say context save changes, like so. And now we need to get the service and see the database, which is done in the program CS file. After app build here, I'm gonna say var context is gonna be equal to app services create scope service provider get required service db context, which is supposed to be data context actually, and seed data seed database context. Okay, and the data context is scoped. Okay, and that's why I'm creating a scope right here to get the service required by the seed database method. And now when we run this project, it should hopefully work. Control F5 and let's see. Okay, so if I go to view data again here, and here's my fruits and shirts and products. Here are the products. Let's create a simple web service. After this app here, I'm gonna have a const string, call it base URL, and that's gonna be equal to API/products. Okay, and now have a map get here, so $sign and double quotes, and this is gonna be base URL. And let me actually just have a slash here as well because it looks weird. And this is gonna be slash and some ID, like so. Okay, so because this is in curly braces, this ID is gonna be variable. Okay, it's gonna have a variable value and async and HttpContext as context and data context I'm gonna call date and fetter, and I'm just missing a closing parenthesis there. Okay, so here I'm gonna say string ID, and that's gonna be equal to context request and route values. Okay, so that's how I'm gonna get the segment value, which is this ID here slash some ID. So its name is ID, and I'm gonna say a string. And then if ID is not null, I'm gonna say product is gonna be equal to data products find and long parse that string ID. Okay, and let me import this. So if product is not null, context response status code. Actually, if it is null, I meant. So if there is no product, this is gonna be equal to status codes and status 404 not found. Okay. Else, if it is found, I'm gonna set the content type, so context response content type is gonna be application JSON and await context response write async and JSON serializer serialize product and pass product here. Okay, so hopefully that should work. Let's just import this. Okay. Let's also get all the products. So I'm gonna copy this whole thing, paste it here. And this is just gonna be the base URL, like so. And set the content type. And let me just get rid of everything else, like so. Control KD to format. So this is gonna be now IEnumerable product, and this is gonna be data products. Okay, like so. So this should get all the products. And finally, let's have a post to add a product. Okay, so again, I'm just gonna copy this, paste it here. So this one is gonna be map post now. The URL is fine, and we don't even need all of this, just like that. It's redundant. Okay, so first we need to deserialize the product, and let me just copy this line. So this is going to be equal to await JSON serializer deserialize product and context request body, and this is supposed to be deserialize async actually. Okay, so it's going to come from the request body, and just check that it's not null. So if product is not null, I'm going to say await data add async product and await data save changes async, and I'm going to set the status code to status codes status 200. Okay, get rid of this. Okay, looking good. So as you can see, there's nothing too special about this. I'm using the same endpoints that I've used thus far. Of course, using endpoints like this isn't the way to build either web services or websites, but it's useful for demonstration purposes for now. So let's run this and see if it works. Control F5. Okay, build succeeded. And if I go to localhost 3000 /API product /1, let's say, and here it is, great. And by the way, I'm seeing it nicely like this because I have this JSON formatter extension for Chrome. Okay, you might be seeing it like this, so get that if you want, it's not necessary. And let's say the second product and so on. Okay, and if I go to just API products, I get all the products. So that all works. Now for the post, I can't make a post request just like that through a browser. And for that I need Postman. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this link and open Postman. If you don't have it for some reason, get it now. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna make a new request. Just click this plus here. And let's actually do this get from here. So paste that URL, and it's a get. Okay, so send, and here it is, and we get the 200. Okay, here let's have a new one. Copy this and paste and get, for example, the first product, the one with the ID of 1 actually. And here it is, apples and 200. Okay, and let's try to get a non-existing product, so 111. Send, and we get 404. Okay, anyway, let's do that post request now. So this is the URL, new request, paste that, make sure it's a post, and let me see body here and raw and JSON, and let me just copy from here. So ID I'm not gonna have, and it's gonna be grapes, let's say, and I'm not gonna have the category ID, but I will have the category name, so fruits. Okay, so this should hopefully work. Let's see. Again, make sure it's post here, and also make sure that the application is running, right? So send, and let's see, and there's a bit of a problem. Actually, this needs to be category ID. Now, not the actual name, there's a problem. So send that again, and it's all good. Okay, so if I request all the products here now, send, and let's see down here, and here's grapes with the ID of 9, and looking good. The way to create ASP applications, either web services or websites, is to use controllers. Since this project was created empty, the first thing to do is to enable controllers. If I had used the MVC template or the API one, all of that would already be set up for me, but in this case, I need to do it manually. Okay? So for controllers, a service and an endpoint are required. So to add the service up here, I'm gonna say builder services and add controllers, like so. And for the endpoint, app and map controllers. Okay? Controllers are classes whose methods, known as actions, can process HTTP requests. They are discovered automatically because their class names end in controller, and any public method a controller defines is an action method. Okay, so let's get rid of these previous endpoints here. So I'm gonna get rid of this base URL and these map gets. Let's see, like so. Okay, so to demonstrate, I'm gonna create a controllers folder, which is where controllers go. So new folder, controllers, and in it, create a controller. So add controller, empty, and I'm gonna call it products controller. Okay, and this is an MVC controller. How do I know that? I know that because it extends controller. Okay, but for APIs, we don't need to extend controller, but controller base. And if we hover over it now, we can see that this is a base class for an MVC controller, but without view support, because we don't need views if we are creating APIs. Okay, so get rid of this. And I'm gonna say public IEnumerable of type product, so that's what I'll be returning, and call this method getProducts, this action method, and I'm gonna return new product, like so, product array, and new product with a name. Let me just actually import this first so I get some help. So product with the name of product 1, like so, and duplicate that line, product 2. Okay, and these action methods are get methods by default, but I can specify it by having an attribute here, HTTP get. Okay, even though again that's a default. And let's also get a specific product, and let's also get the product with some ID, even though it's going to be a fixed product, but anyway, let's just do it. So now in here, I need to pass an ID in curly braces, which is going to be a variable value. And this is going to be called getProduct, and it's going to return just one product. Okay, so new product with an ID of 1 and the name product1, like so, and just have this as return, Control KD to format, okay, like so. So before we had that base URL, so how is it going to work now? The routing for APIs works by specifying the name here, the route name. Okay, so I'm going to say route here, and then for example API slash and in square brackets controller. So this means that the URL for this is /API/products, because that's the name of the controller. Okay, and when there's an action method, just like so, without anything added here, such as this ID here, then that's gonna be its URL, okay, whatever is here. And for this ID here, it's gonna be /API/products/ID, okay. So let me just have that here as comments, copy that and paste, and /1 for example. Also, controllers automatically take care of setting the response headers and serializing the data objects that are sent to the client. Okay, so this here is going to be JSON, just like so. So anyway, let's run this, Control F5. Okay, and I'm going to use Postman still. So if we go to the same URL we had before, send, and we get the two products, okay. The other fields are defaults, but we do get what we wrote right here. Okay, and if I go to, let's say, /1, I get just the one. And this can be anything, obviously, since the point is the ID. So /API/product/some ID, because it's always going to return this exact product. But the point is the URL works. So if I send this, you see I get the product still. Okay. Controller's dependencies are resolved through its constructor. So here I'm gonna have a private data context _context and import this. Okay, and then have a constructor. And here I'm gonna pass data context as context, and here say _context is equal to context. Okay, now I have that data context available throughout the class. So here I'm gonna say return context products. Okay, _context that is, and for this specific one I'm gonna say, let me just copy this actually, return context products and first or default, like so. And I'm gonna declare another dependency here by the action method now. Okay, so iLogger is gonna be, and the name is gonna be this class, which is the convention, and logger. Okay, and I'm gonna say here logger and log debug and get product action invoked. Okay, so obviously this get product method has access to _context, but when action methods themselves declare dependencies, like this iLogger right here, then the from services attribute has to be used. Okay, so square brackets and from services. Okay, so this should hopefully work. Let's see, Control F5, build succeeded. So now here for all the products, if I make the request, I get all the products, okay, from the database, and the specific one, which is going to give me the first one, and I do get it. Okay, and let's see here. Let me actually just add something here like this so I can see better. Okay, hopefully now I'll see it. and make the request again for that specific ID. And let's see now, and here it is, get product action invoked. Okay. The MVC framework uses the request URL to find values for action method parameters, which is a process known as model binding. I explain model binding in detail later on, but for now let's have a simple example. I'm just gonna add here long ID as the first parameter and have find here now and the ID. Okay, so this long ID parameter will be recognized and the value injected from the URL. Let's see, Control F5. Okay, now if we go to /1, I get the first product, and if I go to /2, for example, I get the product with the ID of 2. Okay. The model binding feature can also be used on the data in the request body, which allows clients to send data that is easily received by an action method. Let's see. I'm gonna create a new action method here, and let me just copy all this. So the URL is gonna be API/products, and this is gonna be HTTP post now, and I don't need this, and I'm gonna call it save product, and get rid of this long ID, and here I'm gonna say from body. Okay, and the product, so product, and here I'm gonna say _context, products add product, and context save changes. Okay, and this is supposed to be void. So the HTTP post attribute right here is applied to the action method, which means that it handles post requests only. And again, since the attribute doesn't have anything else added to it, its URL will be the class's base URL. Okay, so API/products in this case. Also, this from body attribute is applied to the actions parameter, and it specifies that the value for this parameter should be obtained by parsing the request body. When the action method is invoked, the MVC framework will create a new product object and populate its properties with the values in the request body. Okay, so let's test this out. Control F5, and build succeeded. So I'm gonna go to post here, and this is gonna be bananas, and let's say 350, and send. Okay, 200. Okay, let's get all the products, and here's bananas. Okay, I will add the update and delete methods or actions and complete the CRUD operations. So CRUD is create, read, update, delete. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this post one, and the URL is the same, and this is gonna be HTTP put for update. Okay, and this is gonna say update product, and context update product, and save changes. That should do it, and copy again for delete. So let me actually just copy this one so I don't have to write it again, like so, and this one is gonna be delete. Okay, and delete product, and pass a long ID here, and I'm gonna say context products remove, and new product ID, okay, and context save changes, so that should hopefully do it. So this update action is similar to the save product action. It uses model binding to receive the product, okay, from the request body. And this delete action receives a primary key value from the URL, so this long ID here. And then here I'm creating a new product because Entity Framework core works only with objects. But web service clients typically expect to be able to delete objects using just a key value. Okay. So let's Control F5 and let me see this one. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate. And so this one will be a put. Okay. And body, let's see, JSON. And let me get, for example, bananas, which has an ID of 10. Okay, so bananas, and paste that like so. I'm gonna change this category ID to 2 and the price to, let's say, 450 and the name to bananas 2, and let's see what happens. Again, make sure you have put here, okay, and send, and seems to have worked. Let's see if I go here to /10, send, and category ID 2, 450, bananas 2. Okay, it's all good. And let's delete it as well. So I'm just gonna create a new request, which is gonna be delete. Let me just make sure I have delete here. I'm not sure I do. Okay. So delete and get this URL. And let's see, send. Okay. And now if I get all the products, there are no bananas. Okay. Let's improve the action methods by making them asynchronous. So for this first one, I'm gonna say async enumerable. Okay. And then here as async enumerable. Okay, for this get ID one, I'm gonna say here async and task with a type of product, and then this is gonna be find async and await here as well. Okay. And for the post one, this is going to be async task and async and await here and await context save changes async as well. Okay. Not all operations can be performed asynchronously. For example, this update and delete, so they are gonna remain the same. Okay, but let's run this and just see that it still works. So first of all, let's get them all. Okay, here it is, still works. And get a specific one, say 9. Okay, here are the grapes and the post. Okay, just add the same thing again, bananas, like we had before. Okay, and let's actually search here for, I guess it's 11 now, let me just make sure. And here they are actually, okay. So it's all good. Action methods can return a specific response, such as 200, 204, 404, etc. So you don't have to use the default response that comes with your action method. This is done by returning an object that implements the iActionResult interface. Let's see. So right here, where we're returning a specific product, and let me get rid of this logger here, we don't need it anymore. Okay, so when this action method returns an object, it is equivalent to the 200 OK response. So let me start the project. Okay, and in Postman, if I make that request to product/1, send, and I get 200 OK, right? Even though I'm not specifying anything here, which is fine in this case. And if the product doesn't exist, I'm gonna get a 204, which means no content. So if I go to /111, for example, and I get a 204 no content here. Okay, so what if I want to get a 404, for example? Well, I can specify that here. First of all, I'm gonna say product, and that's gonna be equal to this right here. Okay, and now I'm gonna say if product is null, I'm gonna return not found. Otherwise, I'm gonna return OK and the product itself. Okay, but now I need to change this return type to iActionResult. Okay, so Control F5, and let's see again. If I try to get a non-existing product, I get the 404 now. Okay, 404 not found. And if it does exist, such as ID 1, I get the product here and the 204 OK status. Okay, great. For save product, so right here, let's return OK with the product so that we can see the product we added. Okay, so to make that modification, for now I'm just gonna return OK and the product, and in a bit I'm gonna add some validation actually, but for now let's have it like this. And this task needs to have the iActionResult here. Okay, so let's run this and see if it works. In Postman, let's see post right here, and body JSON, and bananas 3, let's say, and send. And okay, here's the ID and the rest. Okay, great. The most basic way to perform a redirection is to call the redirect method. Okay, let's create a new action method. So down here, and let me just copy this one. So it's gonna be a get, HTTP get, and I'm gonna say redirect here. Okay, so API product/redirect is the URL, and say redirect here as well, and it's gonna return an iActionResult and no parameters. Okay, so just the most basic one, I'm gonna say return, redirect, and enter the URL here as a string. So /API/product/1, for example. Okay, let's see if this works. So now if I go to /redirect, and I'm taken to the first product. Okay, great. You can also redirect to another action method. So I'm gonna comment this out, Control KC, and I'm gonna say return redirect to action and pass the name. So name of is get the product, and new, and pass here what I want, so ID with the value of 1. Okay, so let's see if this works. Control F5 just to make sure it rebuilt. So /redirect, and it still works. And there is also the redirect to route method, which can take a different controller. Okay, so in this case, redirect to action, the controller is implied, this one, but you can specify a different one, even though I'm gonna specify this same one because it's the only one I have, but it could be any controller. So I'm gonna say return and redirect to route and pass an object here, so new, and specify the controller, so products in this case, and this is supposed to be just new, not new string. Okay, and action get product and ID1. So let's see if this still works. Control F5, and if I go to /redirect again, and it does. Okay, great. I will cover validation in more detail later on, but now I want to implement some basic validation, which is done by applying attributes to properties. Okay, let's see. So in this product model, I'm gonna say for this name square brackets here and required. Okay, and now it's required, and I need to import data annotations, and for the price I'm gonna say required, and also range from 0.01 to double max value, and let me copy these for category ID, also required, and range is from 1 to long max value. Okay, so now to actually apply it, I'm gonna go to the post method right here, and I'm gonna say if model state is valid. Okay, so that's the way to check. If it is, I'm gonna have all this inside of that if, and otherwise I'm gonna return a bad request with the model state. Okay, so this bad request, if we hover over it, we can see it sends a status code of 400. So let's see if this works. Control F5, and let's go to post, so right here, and I'm gonna add bananas again, bananas 4, and send, and it's all good. And if I say, for example, that the category is 0 and no name, for example, just an empty string, let's see what happens now. Now I get a 400 bad request here, as you can see, and I get these validation messages, which I'm not displaying now in the application, but I will later on. Okay, the point is the validation works. The API controller attribute can be applied to web service controllers to change the behavior of the model binding and validation features. The use of the from body attribute to select data from the request body and explicitly check the model state is valid property is not required in controllers that have been decorated with the API controller attribute. Okay, so I'm gonna say up here API controller, and now in post I can get rid of this, and it should work the same. And also in this put here, I can get rid of from body now. Okay. So let's see again, Control F5, and let's try to submit this same invalid product again. Send, and we get basically the same errors as you can see. And if I go to put, let me just find it right here. Okay, and now I can change. Let me just see if I have this product with ID of 10. Okay, I have 13 for example, I don't have 10, so I'm gonna change 13. And I'm gonna change the name to oranges, for example. Send. And 200, okay. And let's see here, so that was 13. And it's been changed, okay, now it's oranges instead of bananas. So it works the same, okay. Right now, if we get the product, we also get properties with null values. So for example, this category is null right here, okay, and it may be that you don't want to return null values. Okay, so to not return them, the first way would be to just return the properties you want. So here in this action method, instead of returning the whole product, I'm gonna return what I want. So the ID, which is gonna be product ID, and name, and price, and category ID. Okay, so Control F5, and now if I make the request, I get just those. Okay, so that's one way. Another way would be to configure the JSON serializer in the model. Okay, so to do that, I'm gonna return here the whole product again, like so. And for the category here, I'm gonna say JSON ignore, and condition is gonna be equal to, and let me import this. Okay, JSON ignore condition when writing null, like so. Okay, so that should work as well. Let's say Control F5, and if I make the request, and I get the same thing, great. So this works great if you have a few models, but if you have a bunch of models, you may want to define a general policy for serialization using the options pattern. Okay, so to do that, I'm gonna go to program CS and say here builder services configure JSON options, and then pass options here and fat arrow. Okay, so import this. This is ASP.NET Core MVC. Okay, so import that one, and I'm gonna say options JSON serializer options default ignore condition, and that's gonna be equal to system text JSON serialization JSON ignore condition when writing null. Okay, so save that, and in here I'm just gonna comment this out and Control F5, and let's see if this still works. And it does, great. Let's see how to get related data, and for that I'm going to create a new controller here. So I'm going to copy this one and call this one categories controller. Okay, so this is going to be categories controller, and change the constructor, and I just need this one method that gets the category. So like this now, and get rid of this. Okay, looking good. Control KD to format. So to get related data, I'm gonna say here get rid of all this, and this is gonna be get category actually, and category here as well. Let's import it. Okay, and let's just get the category to make sure this works. So I'm gonna say return await context categories find async ID. Okay, so Control F5, and if I make a new request here, and let me just copy this URL. So this is gonna be categories now, and 1, and I get the category ID1 name fruits. Okay. To get related data, I can use include. So I'm gonna say here include, and import this. Okay. So include C products as in category products, and first async C where C ID, and this is supposed to be a fat arrow, where CID is equal to ID. Okay, so let's see if this works. Control F5, and if I make the request and I have an error, a possible object cycle was detected. Okay, and that's because Entity Framework will try to populate the category property as well. Okay, so I need to make a change. I'm gonna say here category is gonna be equal to this, and then if category products is not null, for each product in category products, and assign null to each category. So product category is gonna be equal to null. Okay, and return category. Okay, let's see if it works now. And we get all the related products. Okay, great. If you only need to change a single property value, you can use patch instead of put. To support JSON patch, I'm gonna need a package called Newtons of JSON. So let's get that. I'm gonna go to Tools and NuGet Package Manager for solution, and search for Newtons of JSON, and this MVC one. Okay, so install that. Okay, now I need to add it to services. So in program CS, here after this add controllers, I'm gonna say add Newtons of JSON, like so. And now we need to change this JSON configuration as well. Okay, so these options are gonna be MVC Newtons of JSON options, like so. And let me just get rid of all this, and this is now gonna be options, and Serializer settings, null value handling, and that's gonna be equal to this right here, Newtons of JSON, null value handling, ignore. Okay, so the add Newtons of JSON method right here, it enables the JSON.NET Serializer, which replaces the standard ASP.NET Core Serializer, and it has its own configuration class. Okay, so let's just make sure that we're still not getting those null values. Control F5, and if I go to get the product here, and it's all good. Okay. Okay, so now in the categories controller, I'll add that method, and let me just copy this whole thing. So this is gonna be now HTTP patch. Okay, and I will be passing the ID, and the method will be called patch category, and I need the ID, and I also need JSON patch document and category, and I'll call it patch doc, like so, and import this. Okay, so first I need to get the actual category, so I'm gonna say here find async and pass the ID, and if category is not null, I'm gonna patch it. Okay, so to patch it, I'm gonna say patch doc and apply to category and await context save changes async. Okay, and finally return the category. Okay, let's now send that patch request, and I'm just gonna control F5 here to start the project and create a new tab here. So let me see this one here, get categories. I'll paste here, so this is going to be a patch now, and body and raw and JSON. Okay, and just open this up a bit. So to send this patch request, it needs to go like this. It's a bit, it has its own syntax, or the way of being written, that is. So in square brackets, I'm going to have an object and OP here as the key, and the value replace, and path, which is the property name actually. So name I want to change. I want to change the name of the category, and the value, which will be name changed. Okay, so this OP stands for operation, and there are actually other types of operations, not just replace, but I guess you would use replace 99.9% of the time. Anyway, if you want, you can Google HTTP patch and read more about it. So anyway, let's send this and see if it actually works. So send. Okay, seems to have worked. Here it is. And if I get the category, let's see here, send, and name changed. Okay, so let's just have that as fruits again, because this doesn't make any sense. So fruits and send again, and there it is. Okay, great. The data format that ASP can use for an action method result can be constrained using the produces attribute. Okay, so here in the categories controller, I'm gonna say here produces and application JSON, which is the default. Okay, so what if I change this to, for example, XML? So application XML, control F5, and let's run this get request, send, and I get a 406 not acceptable. Okay, and again, if I have this as JSON, which is the default, control F and send, it's all good. Multiple formats are also possible, so I can have this, and let me copy it, and application /XML. Okay, so let's see if it works now. And it does. Restricting is also possible with consume. So to show you that, I'm gonna go to the products controller and post here, and I'm gonna say consumes and application XML. Okay, Control F5 and let's see what happens. If I go to post here and send this, and 415 unsupported media type. Okay. The first thing to do to get started with views is to enable controllers with views. Okay, so I'm gonna change this right here in program CS to with views. Next, I need to define routing because MVC routing is different than web service routing. So here I'm gonna say app map controller route and call it default, and this can be any name, and the pattern will be curly braces and controller equals home / action equals index / ID and question mark. Okay, so again this default can be any name and the rest are the default values, with this last segment ID being optional because of this question mark. And this routing is called convention routing, and I will cover it in more detail in a bit. Let's now create this home controller. So I'm gonna go to controllers, add controller, empty, and home controller. Okay, and let me just add that data context dependency. So private data context underscore context, and ctor, and just import this data context and underscore context equals context. Okay, so this controller is similar to the web service controllers we've used so far, but it extends controller, not controller base, right here. Okay, because of the view support, and this controller is itself derived from controller base class. So if I control click it, I can see here that it extends controller base. Okay, now for the method index, I'm gonna say it's async, so it's gonna return a task of type iActionResult, and I'm gonna pass long ID here and get that product. So I'm gonna say return view. Okay, and await context products find async ID. So action methods in HTML controllers return objects that implement the iActionResult interface, which is the same result type that I used before to return specific status code response. Also notice that MVC controllers are not decorated with any attributes. Okay, so let's run this and see what happens. And now if I go to the root and I still get hello world because of this here, which I'm gonna get rid of now. Control F5 again, and we get an error. So since I'm returning a view and there is no view, I get an error, but we can see where it's searched. Okay, so inside of views, home index, and views shared index. Okay, and these folders you automatically get when you use the MVC template to create a new project, but since I'm using an empty project, I need to create it myself. But it's easy with Visual Studio Code, and we don't need Postman anymore. Inside of the method here, I'm going to right click and go to add view, razor view empty. Okay, and you can see that I get here that index view inside of the home folder, inside of the views folder. So in here I'm just going to have an h1 now and say home, and control F5 again, And if I refresh, here it is, home. So I'm at the root, but if I go to /home, I get the same result, or if I go to /index, I get the same result. Okay, and that's because of that default routing right here. Okay, also notice that the views, which I'm gonna get into in a bit, end with CS HTML. So that's a mixture of C# code and HTML. Okay. HTML controllers rely on conventional routing instead of the route attribute. The route we have defined is so common that the same routing configuration can be set up without having to specify the URL pattern. Okay, so instead of this here, I can comment that out and say app and map default controller route. And that achieves the same thing. So Control F5. And if I refresh here, I still get home. Okay. As I mentioned, views are a mixture of HTML and C# code, hence the extension is CS_HTML. So right here, okay. And ASP's view engine is called Razor. Let's display the product that is returned in the view. So this one right here. Okay, I'm gonna press Ctrl+Shift+T to go to File, Index CS_HTML, and in here I'm gonna create HTML5 template like so. And by the way, I'm using Zen coding to help me with this stuff. So let's see in extensions, actually manage extensions, installed, and this one right here. Okay, so for some reason in Visual Studio 2022 I can't drag and drop here. Okay, that was possible up to this version, but now it's not anymore for whatever reason. So I'm just gonna add it manually. So link href, and that's in /lib/bootstrap CSS and bootstrap CSS. Okay, and rel style sheet here. Okay, and here I'm gonna have a div with the class of containers. So these are just gonna be bootstrap classes, and the div row m-2 h2 in here, text white bg-info, and p-2 for some padding as well, and I'm gonna say product here. Ctrl+Shift+Enter to go to new line, and have a table here, table striped, and table bordered, and then a t-body finally, tr/th name, and td@model, capital M, name, and the price. So let me just copy paste that. So price and model price, toString C, and that looks good. And I will cover Razor syntax in more detail in a bit, but for now it is enough to understand that the product object that was passed to this view is accessed via this @model right here. Okay, so anyway, let's run this and see if it works. Control F5. And let me go to the actual ID. So home/index/1, for example. And here it is, apples and the price. And /2, lemons, and so on. Okay. By default, the view with the action name is implied. Okay, so that's why we're getting index here, looking for index, that is. However, the view method can be overloaded and a specific name can be provided. So I'm gonna specify here a view name. say fruit as a string and pass this product as the second argument. Okay. So if I control F5, let's see what happens. And refresh here. And the view fruit was not found. Okay. And the location searched. So let me create it. Just copy paste this syntax and call it fruit. And let's see now if it reloads. And it's not going to reload, so let me just control F5 and refresh again, and now it works. Okay, so hot reload doesn't always work, but if I add here something, so if I modify the view, and let me actually say here category ID, and here model category ID, it should on saving now it should refresh, and here it is. Okay, category ID 1. And let me just see why is it like this, because these aren't THs. Okay, let me just have these as THs and these as TDs. Okay, let's see now, and it auto refreshed again. Okay, as we have seen, to find the view, the Razor View engine looks in the View Controller Name folder and the Views Shared folder. This search pattern means that views that contain common content can be shared between controllers, avoiding duplication. So to demonstrate, I will create the shared folder. Okay, so inside of Views, add folder and call it shared. And this is also a folder that you get with the MVC template. Okay, so it's a common folder. And let's create a method, an action method here. I'm gonna call this common, and it's gonna return this iAction result. So just like so, and return view. Okay. So for the view itself, I'm just gonna copy index, for example, paste it in shared, and rename it to common with F2. And in here, let's see, get rid of the table and say here shared view. Okay, control F5, let's see if this works. So if I go to /home/common, and here it is. Okay, and if necessary, you can specify the complete path. So I can say here /views/shared/common CS/HTML, and that should work as well. So control F5, and here it is. Okay, view model is the data that is passed to the view. In our view files, a view model is not specified, so Razor doesn't know what type will be used by the action method for the view model, which means that the @model expression can be used with any property or method name, which is evaluated at runtime when a response is generated. Okay, so let's add a non-existent member and see what happens. So here in index, let's say, or in fruit actually, since that's what we're displaying now, I'm just gonna copy this TD and say @model color. Okay, so this looks fine, and if I control F5 and go to home index 1, for example, and I get an exception. Okay, a runtime exception, because the product doesn't contain a definition for color. Okay, so the way to do it is to specify the view model, which will check expressions during development. So I'm gonna copy this, and let me stop the project, and up here I'm gonna say add model, but with lowercase m, and specify the model, okay? The view model, which is product. And now I should get a warning here, and I'm not, because Visual Studio is bugging again, I guess. But let me control F5, and you can see that I have an error right here now, because color doesn't exist, okay? And let me just reopen this or something, just so I get the... Okay, here it is now, when I reopened it. So I can see right here as well the error message, and also here I get help. So if I want, for example, the category ID, I get this IntelliSense. Okay, oops, like so. Okay, so let me get rid of this and control F5 again and just refresh, and it's all good. You can specify a set of namespaces that should be searched for types by adding a view imports file to the project. Again, this is a file that is added automatically when you use the MVC template, but I have to create it. So to do that, I'm gonna right click views and go to add and new item. I can do it manually, but this is easier. Search for view imports, and here it is with the correct name. Okay, so underscore view imports, add that. And by convention, files that start with an underscore are not returned to the user, which allows you to differentiate between views that you want to render and the files that support them. Okay, so now in here I'm gonna say using, and let's see, copy this core models and get rid of it here, and notice that I have an error here, and paste that there, and let's see now, and I can see the correct namespace if I hover over it, so it's all good. And let's add this to index as well, and that the category as well, so category ID, and this is gonna be category ID. Okay, and let me change in home, get rid of this fruit actually, because usually the view name will be the same as the action method, and control F5, and let's just make sure this still works, and it's all good. There are many directives and expressions that you can use in Razor view files. We have seen some directives such as add model, add using, and so on, and there are also expressions such as if, switch, for each, and so on. So Razor syntax starts with the add symbol and is very flexible. Views can contain more complex expressions, but these need to be enclosed in parentheses, so that the Razor compiler can differentiate between the code and static content. Okay, so to demonstrate, I'm gonna have another tr here, and let me fix this mess that I have here, because I was going between all ths here and tds here, or each tr for itself, and I'm gonna have each tr for itself, so get rid of that, and this is gonna be price and price, get rid of this category, and actually we don't need that category ID either way, so this is good. And let me just copy and paste that here for the fruit as well, even though I'm gonna be using this index for now. Okay, so anyway, let's add price again here. So if I say here model and price and say times 2, let's see what happens. Refresh, and I get the result as a string basically, okay, the literal values, and that is because Razor is treating that as static content. But if I enclose this in parentheses, like so, let's see now, And now I do get the actual expression result. Okay, let's also see how to use conditional and switch expressions. So below this tr, I'm gonna say add div model category ID is 1. I'm gonna have a tr here, and let me just copy this from there, and this will say category and fruits. Okay, else category and shirts. So let's see, and here it is category fruits, and if I go to /5, I believe, okay, blue shirt and category shirts. Okay, and let's use a switch as well, and as you can see inside of the curly braces I'm using regular HTML. Okay, so that's how Razor works. Anyway, for the switch I'm gonna have a tr here and th and say fruit type, and then a td and the switch, so add switch model name and the case apples. And now I'm gonna use at and colon, which is used for literal values, so I can say something like this, it's apples. Okay, and break, and let me actually copy this, get rid of that twice. So case lemons, it's lemons, and just indent this a bit like so. And the default is gonna be at model name. Okay, so let's see if this works. Control F5 and go to /1. So fruit type, it's apples, which is correct, and 2 it's lemons, and 3 watermelon. Okay, let's see how to loop through a collection. I'm gonna create a new action method here, and let me actually copy paste this common one and call this one list, and this is gonna return a view with context products. Okay, and get rid of this parameter. So create this view, right click and add view, empty, and list, I'll call it. Okay, and let me just copy paste from index and get rid of everything in the body here. Okay, and have a T head as well, and this is gonna say all products. So here I'm gonna have a tr and th name and th price. Okay, so to loop through the products, first of all I need to change the model type. Instead of just product, this is gonna be enumerable product. Okay, so now in here I'm gonna say for each product P actually in model, and have a tr and td at p name and control D to duplicate and price. Okay, so let's see, control F5, and if I go to home/list now, and here I get all the products. There are also Razor code blocks, which are used to enclose C# statements. Okay, so to demonstrate, up here, I'm gonna say at and the curly braces, and this is now a code block, and here I'm gonna have a decimal average, and that's gonna be equal to model average and p fat arrow p price. Okay, and now I can use this average variable in the view. So to do that, down here I'm gonna have a td and say at and parentheses, double parentheses actually, and p price divided by average times 100 and toString f1, and I'm gonna say here percent of average. Okay, so Control F5, and there it is. Great. Action methods can use the viewback to provide the view with extra data. This viewback property is inherited from the controller base class and returns a dynamic object, which allows action methods to create new properties just by assigning values to them. Okay, so to demonstrate, I'm gonna go to this list action method and get that average price again. Okay, I'm just gonna turn it into an async action method like so, and this is gonna be a wait and to list async, capital T, and import. Okay, so for the viewbag, I'm gonna say here viewbag and average price, I'll call the property, and this is gonna be equal to await context products average async p fat arrow p price. Okay, so now in the list view, I'm just gonna copy this td, paste it here, and this is gonna be now viewbag and average price, and that should hopefully work. Let's see, Control F5 to start the project, and if I go to home/list, and I get the same thing right here. Okay, the temp data feature is similar to viewbag, but it allows controllers to preserve data from one request to another, and it is removed after it is read automatically, which is useful for generating flash messages after redirection. Okay, so to demonstrate, I'm gonna copy this common action and paste it here, and call it redirect to get rid of this parameter. Okay, and this is gonna return a redirect to action, and it can be a string as well, the name, and always check for overloads. Okay, so inside of parentheses here, Control-Shift-Space, and you can see all the overloads. So I'm gonna be using this one. So to add route values, I need an object, so I'm gonna say new and ID 1. Okay, and for temp data, I'm gonna say here temp data, and the key is gonna be value, and it's gonna be equal to temp data value. Okay, so now in index view right here, and let's see where this ends. And I'm not getting the help for some reason, but it's this one. I'm gonna say div row and m-2, and in here I'm gonna say if temp data value is not null. In that case, I'm gonna have a div with classes bg-info text-white mp-2, and let me copy and paste that here so I get that help like so. Okay, cut and paste that here. And in here I'm gonna say add temp data value. Okay. So let's see if this works. Control F5. And by the way, here we're always looking for a product. So let me just have that default here. Might as well. Okay, so let's see now. Control F5 actually. Okay, so anyway, if I go to home/redirect, again I'm taken to that first product, and I see temp data value here. Okay, and if I refresh, it's removed. Okay, so again, that's very useful for Flash messages. And I just noticed now for some reason that the bootstrap isn't working. And let's see, close this. I have a double slash here and here. But more importantly, I forgot to edit that middleware to program CS. Okay, and that's just one of those things you get with a template. But anyway, I'm gonna say here app use static files, like so. And now hopefully it should work. So Control F5 and refresh, and there it is. Okay. And once again, let me just go to /redirect. So here's that temp data value, and if I refresh, it's removed. Okay, great. The layout contains the common content that will be used by multiple views, and it is stored in the views shared folder. Okay, let's see. In views shared here, I'm going to create it, add new item, and again you would have this with the MVC template. Okay. So anyway, layout here, search for it, and here it is, Razor layout, and the name is _layout, which is correct. So add that, Control KD to format, and this render body is view specific. Okay, so the rest is the same for each view that uses this layout. So anyway, let me see what I have here, and I'm just gonna copy this with Bootstrap. Okay, have this in a container and a row, I guess, like so. Okay, so to now apply it to a view, which is gonna be index view in this case, up here, I'm gonna have a code block and say that the layout is _layout, and let's see, in here we have this view back title as well. Okay, which can come from the code block. So I'm gonna have that as well. I'm gonna say view bag title is gonna be home. Okay. Okay, so now I'm gonna get rid of everything with this opening container here. And let's see this here. Okay, Control KD to format. And I'm gonna change this now to call 12 because it's in a row already. And this as well, call 12. Okay, so Control F5 and let's see if I just refresh, and I get the same thing. Okay, so the layout is working. Great. Instead of setting the layout property in every view, you can add a view start file to the project, to the views folder to be exact, which can provide a default layout value. And again, this is one of those files that you get automatically with the MVC template. Okay, so anyway, to create it, I'm gonna go to views and add new item and search for view start here. Here it is, razor view start underscore view start. Okay, add that. Okay, and I get that layout automatically, which is great. So I'm just gonna remove it from here. I'm gonna leave this view bag title, and let me copy that for list as well. Just say list here, and for fruit as well, even though we're not really using it, but still, in case we do. So this is gonna say fruit, and again, let me get rid of this. Okay, like so, and this is gonna be call-12, and these are just bullshit classes again, just for some styling. And the list, let's see, get rid of this and these three, and call-12. Okay, Control KD, and let's see if the layout is still applied. So Control F5, and if I refresh here, it is still applied. And if I go to home/list, here it is. Okay, great. A layout can be overridden or disabled by setting it to null or specifying another layout. So basically what we did the first time we used the layout, let me go to the view start and just copy this. So if I actually just this, so if I wanted to use a different layout, I could have here underscore layout 2, for example, or whatever the name is. Or to disable it completely, I can set it to null. Okay, so let's see now, Control F5. And if I go to /home, and the layout isn't working. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of that. Let's see, Control F5 again. Okay, the Razor View engine supports the concept of sections, which are sections within layout templates that can be filled in by view templates. Okay, so let's include header and footer sections in the index view. So in index view, above this div, I'm gonna say add section header. Okay, and now in here I can have anything HTML, I can include CSS or JS files and so on. But I'm just gonna say header information here. And let's have this in a div just so it's styled a bit. BG primary, let's say, and text white. Like so. Okay. And footer as well, so just copy that, and here, let me just paste this out a bit as well. So this is gonna say footer and footer information. And this can be, for example, BG success. Okay, so let's run this and see what happens. And if I refresh, I get an error that the sections have been defined but not rendered by the page. Okay, so to apply them, I'm gonna go to layout here, and inside of the container, I'm gonna have a row and call 12 and say here render section. Okay, So that's how to render sections, and the name. Okay, and copy that, paste that there, and have footer here. So let's save and start and see what happens now. And here it is, header information and footer information. And what happens if we go to some other view, so home/list for example, and we get an error again, because now it says that it cannot find the sections, okay, in the list view file. So to make sections not mandatory, you can pass false here, like so. Let's see now. Okay, now it works, and they should say all products, not all products. Let me just fix that. Okay, and home should still work, header and footer. Okay, and finally you can test for sections. So to do that, in index actually, above footer, let's say, I'm gonna say if is section defined, and the name, so some section, let's say, that it's called. So if it is, I'm gonna render it, and let me just copy that like so, copy paste that as well. And this is supposed to be in the main layout, not an actual view file. So here that is. Okay. And let me actually have these divs as well. Okay, so if it is defined, it's gonna be rendered. Else, I'm gonna say div mbg info text white p-2 and m-2 for some margin as well. And let me copy and paste that here just to get that help, like so. So cut and paste that here. And I'm just gonna say some section content goes here. Okay, so let's see now, Control F5 and home. Okay, here it is. And if I go to list, I see it here as well. Okay. Partial views are views that contain fragments of content that will be included in other views. Partial views have to be enabled in the view imports file using a feature called tag helpers, which I will cover in detail later on. Okay, so let's include that first of all. So view imports right here, and I'm gonna say here add and add tag helper star for everything, and Microsoft ASP.NET Core .mvc.tag helpers, like so. Okay. Partial views are just regular CS HTML files, and it is only the way in which they are used that differentiates them from standard views. Now I want to add a partial view to the list view, so let's create a view called row partial. So here in home folder, and let me actually just copy paste list, and I'm gonna call it underscore row partial. So notice that I'm using an underscore because the file isn't returned to the user directly. Okay, so open that file and get rid of everything in here. I'm gonna say here model product. So again, this is just a regular view file. And let me close that and go to list actually. So I want to duplicate this right here. Okay. So let me get it. Get this whole tr and paste it here and get rid of these. and this is gonna be now model name and model price. Okay, now let's apply it and list again. So I'm gonna get rid of this and say partial name, so that's row partial, and I need to pass the model as well, which is P. Okay, and let's see now, Control F5 and refresh this list here, and I get name and price. Okay, great. There are two other attributes that can be applied, view data and for. Let's see how to use view data. First of all, I'm gonna have a view data here in the code block in the list view. So I'm gonna say view data and fruit apples. Okay, and now here in the partial I'm gonna say view data and pass that view data. Okay, and now in the row partial view I'm gonna have a td here and say if view data fruit is apples, then I'm gonna say apples, else not apples. Okay, and let's see, Control F5, refresh, and I get apples. And finally the for attribute. The for attribute is used to basically apply a partial to a partial. Let's see, I'm gonna copy this row partial and rename it to cell partial, and the model will be a string, and I'm just gonna have a td here with classes bg info and text white, and model here for the value. Okay, so in here now I'm gonna comment out this model name and have a partial here instead. So partial name is cell partial and for name. Okay, so it gets that name property, and let's see if this works. Control F5 and refresh, and here it is. Okay, Razor views provide two useful features for encoding content, HTML and JSON encoding. To encode HTML, here in the home controller, I'm gonna copy this redirect action and call it HTML, and that's gonna return a view and cast it to object, and I'm gonna say this is a and h3 and I string and close those like so. Okay, so now create a view, right click, add view, empty, HTML. Okay, so for the model I'm gonna say string and div bg secondary, text white, text center, m2 p2 and model. Okay, so let's see what happens. Control F5, and if I go to home/html, and here it is, so it's been encoded. Okay, and to not encode it, you can use HTML raw. So I'm just gonna copy this, Control D, and say here HTML raw model. Okay, let's see now, and here it is. Okay, and the JSON property can be used to encode an object as a JSON, which can often be very useful. Okay, let's see that. I'm gonna go to layout first of all and create a new section here, just a dev, and I'm gonna say render section JSON encoding, I'll call it, and false. And let me just copy the name and go to index, and down here above footer, let's say, I'm gonna say section JSON encoding, and dev with the class of bginfo text white, and m2 p2, and let me just copy and paste that somewhere here so I get that those classes applied, like so. Okay, paste that here, and let me actually get rid of the dev here. I don't actually need it now, like so. And now in here I'm gonna say add JSON serialize, okay, and pass the whole model. So Control F5, and let's see if I go to /home, and here it is. Great. Let me just put it here above the footer so it makes more sense, but it's the same thing. Okay. Razor pages are simplified MVC in a way, and even though in theory you could create an entire website with Razor pages, it's not really realistic because it would soon grow out of control. But the point with Razor pages is that they can coexist with MVC. Okay, so you can mix them. And also Razor pages cannot be used to create web services. Okay. To enable Razor pages, the service and routing have to be set up. So in program CS here, I'm gonna say here builder services add Razor pages, like so, and here app and map Razor pages. Okay, Razor pages are defined in the pages folder, so I'm going to create that folder, right click here and add new folder, pages, and add Razor page, empty, and the index is fine for the name, index CS_HTML. Okay, and here it is. This page directive right here must be the first thing in a Razor page, which ensures that the file is not mistaken for a view associated with a controller. And after all this code, let me just have an h1 here and make sure that this works. So Razor index, I'll say here, and Control F5. And if I go to the root now, I get Razor index. Okay. So even though I have that index action method in MVC as well, in the home controller, this Razor page takes precedence because the name is the same. And you wouldn't really have the same name usually if you are mixing Razor pages with MVC, so you wouldn't have the same name for a Razor page and an action method, but I do in this case, and this is what happens. As for routing, URL routing for Razor pages is based on the file name and location relative to the pages folder. Okay, that's why this index is displayed for the root, and it would work for /index as well. Okay. Also notice that when you create a Razor page, there's this CS file as well, which contains the code for the Razor page. Much like controllers extend the controller class in MVC, in Razor pages, models are used instead of controllers, and they extend the page model class instead of the controller class, and the whole class is the model. Okay, so that's why here this index model extends page model. And the code can go either in this file, its own file, or it can go directly in the view file. And it is just a matter of preference where you have it. I'm gonna have the code in here in the CS file first of all, and then I'm gonna show you how to have it in the view file in that functions directive, because you don't get IntelliSense in the view file for C# code in a class. Okay, so anyway, unlike action methods in MVC, Razor pages use handler methods. Hence this onGet here, which can be onGet async. So this means it's a GET request, and whenever this view basically or this route is requested, this is going to get triggered automatically. Okay, so that's how Razor works. And any public method or property is accessible in the view. So to demonstrate, I'm gonna say here public int my property and initialize it to 5. And now in the index view here, I can say add model and my property, and here it is, it's available. Okay, and if I start the project and go to localhost 3000, here is that 5. Let's now get an actual product and display it. So here I'm gonna say private data context like so, and import this, and public product and import that as well. Okay, let me just have some space there. And now on get here, actually the constructor before that, so index model and data context and context is equal to context. Okay, so on get, and I'm gonna change this to async. I'm gonna say async task and on get async, and actually pass the ID here, which defaults to 1, and I'm gonna say product is equal to await context products find async ID. Okay, so I had to create this public property before that product so that I can actually access it in the view. And now in the view, I'm gonna get rid of this and say, for example, model product and the name. Okay, so let's say Control F5 again, and here it is, apples. Okay, great. And let me transfer this code to the view, so you see that as well. And I'm gonna get rid of this my property now. I don't need it anymore. So it needs to be in a functions directive if it's in the same view. So I'm gonna say add functions, and then just copy paste this whole thing, and I'm gonna remove it now from here and import this and this. And now this model name shouldn't be fully qualified, and import data context as well. Okay, and that should work the same. Let's see, Control F5, and it does. Adding a more complex URL structure is done by adding folders whose names represent the segments in the URL. Okay, so for example, in pages, I'm going to create a new folder and call it categories, and in it create a page called list. So I want to list all the categories in here, and now this URL will be /categories/list. Okay, and let me just copy from here So this is going to be a list model, and the imports as well. So these, and get rid of this. Okay, so this is going to be IEnumerable string, and call it categories. And this is supposed to be a list model as well. And this isn't going to be async now. So just on get rid of the parameter as well. And void. Okay. And categories are gonna be equal to context categories select cc name. So a list of names, and display that here. And before I do that, let me enable the layout. Okay, so that's done the same way as for MVC. So in the views folder here, I'm just gonna copy this shared folder to pages and get rid of this common, and the view start as well, copy it into pages. Okay, so anyway, in here I'm gonna say F5 and categories, and then have a UL list group and m-2, and for each string category in model and category this is supposed to be, and the name of the model now shouldn't be fully qualified. That's the problem. Okay, and have a li with the class of list group item, like so. And let me just have that outside so I get that help. And add category here. Okay, so let's see if this works. Control F5. And now if I go to /categories/list, and here it is, and the layout is applied as well. Okay, and let me just get rid of this li that I have somewhere. Here it is. Okay, great. Using the folder and file structure to perform routing means there are no segment variables for the model binding process to use. Instead, values for the request handler methods are obtained from the URL query string. So if I start the project, and here in the index I'm saying I'm getting 1 here, ID 1 by default, right? So if I say that ID is, for example, 2, and I'm missing the question mark, now I get the product with the ID of 2. Okay, so the query string provides a parameter named ID, which the model binding process uses to satisfy the ID parameter. But the page directive can be used with the routing pattern, which allows segment variables to be defined. Okay, so in index here, I'm gonna have double quotes and curly braces and say ID : long, and a question mark so that it's optional. Okay, now that segment variable should work, so index/id. So if I run the project now and go to the home page, the root, I get apples by default again, but if I go to /2, I get lemons, or /index2, for example, I get the same thing. Okay, because this segment variable now works. And the route can be completely changed as well. So if I go to list here, I can say here page and list /list actually /categories. Okay, so the other way around. from the default and Control F5. And now if I go to /list/categories, I get the categories. Okay. Handler methods have an implied result that displays the view part of the page, but in reality they use the same iActionResult interface you've already seen to control the responses they generate. Okay, so here in index, I can change this to task type iActionResult, and then say here return page, which doesn't take any arguments, and that is the exact same thing. So if I Control F5 and go to home, I still get the same thing. Okay. Except for the page method, regular action methods you've already been introduced to can be used, such as not found or redirect. Okay, so here in index, I can say if product is null, return not found. Okay, so if I run this and go to /111, for example, I get this 404, and instead of returning 404, which doesn't really make sense if it's not a web service, let's return a redirect to another page. Now let's first create that page. So pages, add a razor page, empty, and not found, I'll call it. And here I'll just have a div bg danger, text y, text center, p2, m2, and say not found. Okay. So in list, I'm gonna comment out this return not found and say return redirect to page and the name, so not found. Okay. Control F5. And if I go to 111 again, I get not found. Okay, so here is the razor page URL. And you can also specify a different page URL. So in not found here, I can say that the URL is /no-product. Okay, and let's see what happens now. If I go to /111, and I get the same thing, not found, but the URL is no product. Okay. Similar to onGet, onPost automatically handles post requests. Let's create a new razor page called edit. So in pages, add razor page, empty, edit. Okay. Get rid of this code block here. And I'm going to go here to the CS file, Control KD to format a bit. And let me copy from index and close this. And I'm just going to copy the whole body from index. Like so. And these imports as well. Without at. Okay. And let me copy edit model and change the name here. So let's see, I'm getting the data context and the product. That's fine. The constructor, okay. And this is going to be async task, long ID, and get the product. That's fine. Get rid of all this. Okay, so now for the post, I get help here, so I'm just going to use that tab. So public async task and iActionResult here. Import that, and here I'm gonna be passing the ID, so long ID and the price. Okay, so I want to change the price, and again I need to get the product, so I'm just gonna copy and paste, but this here is gonna be product now to get that actual product in here. And now if product isn't null, I'm gonna say that product price is equal to price, and await context save changes async. Okay, and return redirect to page, and this redirect to page will automatically redirect to the same Razor page and its get request. Okay, and let's now create a form in the view here, and let me copy this, and this can be primary, bg primary, and say edit product here, and now have a table striped, table bordered like so, and t-body, and tr/th name, and td is gonna be model, product, and name, and copy and paste this for the price. Okay, and now finally the form, so form and method post, which is the default, but anyway, and I'm gonna add HTML and a forgery token, and I'm gonna go through forms of course in detail later on in the course, but for now I want to show this example, and have a div form dash group and label price and the input, so type is text and name is price, and give it a class of form dash control, and the value is gonna be at model product price, and the button, so button btn dash primary and empty2 submit. And one final thing is to add to this page ID long. Okay, so when the form is submitted, model binding, which I will cover in detail later on, gets the ID value from the URL route and the price value from the form. So let's see if this actually works. Control F5 and go to /edit, and let's say 1. Okay, so app was 150, that's correct, and let's say 170 and submit, and now it's 170 and I'm redirected back to that same Razor view page get request. Okay, and this table is installed for some reason. Let's see, and I'm missing the class table here. Okay, and here it is. And let me also get rid of this section from the layout for Razor. It's just in the way. So let's see, pages, shared layout, and get rid of all these sections actually, and this one here as well. Okay, great. The page model class can define multiple handler methods, allowing the request to select a method using a handler query string parameter or routing segment variable. Let's create a new Razor page, and I'm gonna call it handler selector. Okay, get rid of this code block, and I'm just gonna open index again because I want to copy this body. So copy all of that, and in the CS file actually of handler selector right here, paste that and get the imports. So these, okay, like so. Okay, so in here I do need the data context and the product, and change the constructor name like so. And this is just going to be a task, and I get the product. Okay, so we know this one, but I'm gonna have another get method here. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this and squeeze in category in here. Okay, and now here I'm gonna say include, so I want to include the category as well with this request, and with this one I don't. So let me actually import this first of all. So include p fat arrow p category, and first store default async where PID is equal to ID, like so. Control KD to format. Okay, so now in the view, and let me open the edit one so I can copy paste some, get all of these. This is gonna say handler selector. Okay, and I'm gonna add a category in here as well. So category and model product category name. Okay, and a couple of links. So a btn primary, and this one is going to point to /handler selector. So this is the standard one. This link is going to trigger this get request right here, we know that. But how do we trigger this one? By passing that query string with the key of handler and the value of whatever this is. Okay, so category in this case, so Control KD to duplicate and add that query string in here. So handler equals category. Okay, and that should get the category as well, so this right here. Okay, let's run this and see if it works, and I'm just gonna copy this handler selector because it's a bit of a chore to write. And if I go to /handler selector, and I have an error, object reference not set to an instance of an object because of this category here, and that makes sense because this request is being triggered and there's no category here. So I'm gonna make it nullable, and now if I go to the page and it refreshes automatically, and I do get the name and price and no category. But if I click on category, now I do get the category. Okay, so again, this handler key, it must be called handler, and this value is whatever is in that method name. Partial views are used the same as in MVC. We need to enable tag helpers first. So to do that, I'm just gonna copy view imports from views here and paste them in pages. Okay, and now to create that partial file, view file, in pages shared, I'm just gonna copy paste layout, it doesn't really make a difference, and call this one underscore product partial. Okay, and let me copy from this view here the table, so handler view, and the model will be product. And in this view imports here, I have core models, okay? That's why I can just use product like so. And here I want to have the name and the price, so get rid of the category. And now to actually use it, I'll use it in index. So I'm gonna say here partial, and the name is product partial, and the model is model product. Okay, so let's see if this works. Control F5. Let's see. Oh, this is supposed to be just model name. Okay, I just copy pasted without modifying. Okay, let's see now. Okay, built successfully, and if I go to the home page, and here it is, great. If a Razor page is simply presenting data to the user, the result can be a page model class that simply declares a constructor dependency to set a property that is consumed in the view. Let's say we just want to display a list of categories. I'm gonna create a new page here, Razor page, empty, call it categories. And let me just go to list here just to copy paste this UL. Okay, have that in here. Okay, so the point here is, instead of doing, for example, all of this, we're doing in the list. So getting the categories here and then displaying them here and so on, getting this dependency in the constructor and so on, we could just inject here data context, call it context, and import it, and say here for each category, and call it C in context categories now. And here display C name. Okay, and let me just get that title basically, or the heading actually. From where did we have it? In edit. Just so it's styled a bit better, and say categories here, like so. Okay, so if I control F5 this, let's see if this works, and copy categories. So if I go to /categories, and here it is. View components are similar to partial views, but they're much more powerful. They don't use model binding, but depend on the data passed when calling the view component. They are intended anywhere reusable rendering logic is needed that's too complex for a partial view. They can live anywhere, but the convention is to have them in the components folder. So I'm gonna create that folder. And in it, a class called product listing. Okay. View component classes have the view component suffix or are decorated with the view component attribute and extend the view component class, and also have an invoke or invoke async method. So I'm gonna add a view component here to the name, and it's gonna extend the view component class. And let me change the name here as well. Okay, so again, they don't use model binding, but depend on the data passed to them. So I'm gonna get that data context in here. Private data context underscore context, and have a product, so public I enumerable products, and import this. Okay, now I have a constructor, say tor double tab, and data context and context like so. Okay, and as I mentioned, view components have the invoke or invoke async method. So I'm gonna say here public string invoke, and this is gonna return there are and context products count products. Okay, they can be applied in two different ways. The first technique is to use the component property. So in, let's see, views index, and I'm gonna get rid of this whole table here now. And these sections as well. And while I'm here, I'm just gonna get rid of the layout sections as well, so it's not that messy. Okay, get rid of this and this. And that looks good. So in index now, finally, I'm gonna say await component invoke async and the name of the view component without the view component suffix. So product listing. Okay, and this is invoke async even if the method itself isn't async, like here. It's not. Okay. So let's see, Control F5. And refresh here. And there are 12 products. Okay, great. The other way is to use a tag helper, and that is a more common way. So to do that, I'm gonna say vc dash and now kebab case. So product dash listing. Okay, let's see. Control F5. And if I refresh, and I don't say it, why? Because I need to enable custom tag helpers. So to do that, in view start, view imports that is, I'm gonna duplicate this line and add tag helper, everything, and this product name, so core. Okay, now it should work. Let's see. And here it is. Okay, great. And let's also see how to use the view component attribute, which can also change the name used to reference a view component. So here in the class, up here, I'm gonna say view component and name juicy fruit. Okay, so now Control D, and now this is gonna be juicy fruit. And let's see what happens. Control F5. And you can see that I get an error because I'm looking for product listing as well, which means it's working. So I'm just gonna Control KC this, comment them out, and restart, and let's see now. And here it is. Okay. View components can return views, which is the point. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna get rid of this view component here and change the string to iView component result. Okay. And I'm gonna return a view with context products include and import that p fat arrow, p category, and to list. Okay. And in index, let me get rid of this one and just have this one, which is the way it's usually used. So let's Control F5 and see what happens. So I get an error because there is no view, but I can see where it searched. So the controller name, components, view component name default, or shared components, view component name default. Okay. And I'm going to be using this shared folder for view components. So in the shared folder, create a folder called components, and the name of the view component, so product listing, and finally the view. So I'm just going to copy this list or whatever really, and change F2 the name to default. Actually, this list is good because I'm going to keep stuff from here. So I do want IEnumerable product as the model, and get rid of this, and this title basically, or the heading, is fine, and name price and category, and this here now is gonna be a TR with some TDs, and class text right. Okay, and close that TD, and this is gonna be p name, and control D twice, and p price, and p category name. Okay, let's see now. Control F5, and here it is. I just messed up the HTML a bit. Oh, I closed it here. Okay. Okay, let's see now. And great. Fragments of HTML can be included without using a view, using the content method, which accepts a string value. Let's see. So instead of this, I'm gonna say return and content, and say this is a string, and wrap this string in h3 and I, like so. Okay, let's see what happens. Control F5, and I do get a string, but it's encoded. So the content method always encodes its argument, and to not encode, you can use HTML content view component result. Okay, I'm gonna comment this out and say return new HTML content view component result, and then a new HTML string, and pass a string in here. So let me copy this thing. Okay, let's import. Control F5, and there it is. There are various view component properties that define details about the current request, such as HTTP context, route data, view bag, etc. Okay, so if I control click view component here, I can see a bunch here. Here's view data, view bag, model state, route data, and so on. HTTP context. Okay, so let's use route data just to demonstrate. I'm gonna change this back to a string and get rid of these, and I'm gonna say if route data values controller is not null. So if the request is coming from a controller, I'm gonna return controller request, else return razor page request. Okay, Control F5, and if I refresh, and I get controller request. Okay. Parent views can provide additional context data to view components via arguments. Okay, so in the view component here, I'm gonna get rid of this and change the return type to I view component result. And I'm gonna pass here a string class name. Okay, and view bag class is gonna be equal to class name, and I'm also gonna return the view with the products again. So the same thing we had before, context products include, and import this, and p fat arrow, p category, and to list. Okay, and in the view, so default, I'm gonna add here at view bag, actually a bg dash at view bag and class, and in index view, I'm gonna pass that here, so class dash name, and let's say danger. Okay, so Control F5, and if I refresh, and it works. Default values can be passed as well, so I'm gonna get rid of this. Actually, I'll just comment it out and leave it there for you guys, and have this one, and get rid of this class name, and in the class say primary here. Okay, Control F5, and there it is. And if you use invoke async, then data can be passed as an object. Let's see here in the view index, that is Control KC that one, and this is going to be at the wait component invoke async product listing, and new class name danger. Okay, Control F5. Okay, great. Let's have an example of an asynchronous view component. So I'm gonna create a new view component here, add class, and call it page size, just like so. And this is gonna extend the view component. And instead of adding that suffix, I'm gonna have the attribute. Okay, just for some variety, like so. And public async task I view component result invoke async. And here I'm gonna say HTTP client new, like so, and HTTP response message. Response is gonna be equal to await client get async http google.com, and return view response content headers content length. Okay, Let's create the view. So copy the name and in shared components add new folder, page size, copy and paste this default, and the model will be long, and h2 page size add model. Okay, and add that to the index view right here, so we see page size like so. Control F5. And down here it is. Okay, great. Tag helpers enable server-side code to create and render HTML elements in Razor files. Like view components, they can be placed anywhere, and in a real project I would have both view components and tag helpers in the infrastructure folder, but for this course I will create a tag helpers folder just to make it clearer, and within it a class called tr tag helper. Okay, let's do it. So right click the project and go to add new folder and call it tag helpers, and in it add class and tr tag helper. Okay, and let's do the whole class, and then I'm gonna go through the code. So this is gonna extend tag helper. Okay, and I'm gonna have a couple of properties: prop string bg color, and I'm gonna initialize it to dark, and Control D, and this is gonna be text color and white. And now I'm gonna override a method called process, and I'm just gonna tap to get this help. So I want this tag helper context and tag helper output as parameters. Okay, and in here I'm gonna say output attributes and set attribute, and I'm gonna set a class. Okay, class attribute, which is gonna be bg dash and bg color and text center and text dash text color, like so. Okay, tag helpers are derived from the tag helper class right here, and define a process method which is overridden by subclasses to implement the behavior that transforms elements. Default behavior is defined by the class name, and the targeted element is defined by the class name's prefix. So whatever tag helper. In this case, it's tr tag helper, which means we're looking to target TRs. Okay? Tag helpers receive information about the element they are transforming through an instance of the tag helper context class right here. And the process method transforms an element by configuring the tag helper output object right here. And there are various tag helper output properties and methods, such as attributes, which I'm using here, tag name content, and so on. Okay, tag helpers must also be registered with the add tag helper directive before they can be used, which we are doing already in the view import. So this right here, and let's add another table here in the default product listing default, which is what's displayed on the home page. Okay, so table trth fruit and trtd apples. And let's see what happens now. Control F5. Okay, and if I refresh here, and I can see that this table has been affected. So if I right click, inspect, and I can see that this tr in the t head has the classes, and these trs in the t body as well. Okay, and down here, here's that fruit apples, and that's been targeted as well. So if you have it just like so, each TR throughout the application will be affected. Okay. The range of elements that are transformed by a tag helper can be controlled using the HTML target element attribute. So up here I'm gonna say HTML target element and I get help there, as you can see. And I'm gonna say TR, so that's what I want to target. And attributes, so only the ones with BG color, BG-color, and text-color attributes. Okay, and I'm also gonna say whose parent tag is thead. So let's see what happens now. Control F5. And now no classes are applied because we don't have those attributes. Okay, so here's that second little table. So in default, I'm gonna say just for this TR here, BG color and info and text color white. So let's see what happens now. Control F5. And let me actually add just a BG color to this TD as well. Okay, so Control F5 again, and let's see now, refresh, and it's been applied to just this TR. Okay, and let's see the other table, and it's not applied because it has to have both. And since we're saying here BG info, let's see right here, that overrides this default here, okay, which is dark. You can use the asterisk to target all elements and then, for example, add specific attributes to look for. So here I can say star now, and now it's going to look for any element with these attributes. And let me remove this parent head. And let's just throw a P in here. Let me copy this and have a P and say oranges. And just paste those like so. Okay. So even though it says TR here, this one takes precedence. Okay. So Control F5 and refresh. Let's see, I have a bit of a problem in the CS file. Oh, I don't have the closing parenthesis there. Like so. Control F5 again. Okay, so this is the same, and here's that P, oranges. Okay, so the classes have been applied. Right-click, inspect, and here they are. And instead of using the asterisk, which might be an overkill, you can target multiple elements. So to do that, I'm gonna Control D, and this one is gonna be a TR, and it's gonna look for these attributes. And this one is gonna be a TD, and it's gonna look just for BG color. Okay, so that's this right here. And let's see now what happens. So Control F5, refresh. This one is the same, this TR, and now apples have been affected, and this oranges inside that P is not affected. Okay. Tag helpers can be used to replace custom elements. Let's see. I'm going to create a new class in tag helpers, and I'm going to call it table head tag helper. Okay, and this is gonna extend tag helper, and let me import it. And I have to use HTML target element here because this table head isn't standard HTML, right? It's not gonna be recognized by browsers. So I'm targeting table head, and let me just copy from here this body, and I don't need text color, BG color I do need. So this is gonna be white, text-white, and I'm gonna make this process async, so there's that version as well. Okay, and task here. Okay, so this here we know we're setting an attribute, class in this case, but before that I want to create the element. So to do that, I'm gonna say output tag name, and it's gonna be thead. Okay, and I'm gonna say output tag mode is gonna be start and end tag. Okay, so that's gonna create that thead, and this is gonna set this class, and after that I want to get the content, so string content is gonna be equal to, and in parentheses await output get child content async and get content. Okay, and to finally set the content, I'm gonna say output content and set HTML content, and I'm gonna say here tr and th call span 3 and content and end at th and tr. Okay, and I need that closing tag here. And now in the default here inside the table, I'm gonna say table head, so that custom element, and bg color dark, and I'm gonna say product summary here. Okay, so let's see what we get. Control F5. Let's see, I have a bit of a problem here. Oh, I have that here still from before, so Control F5, and let's see now if it builds, and refresh. Okay, so here's that product summary, and if I right click inspect, you can see that it's a thead with the classes and the tr and the th call span 3. Okay, using standard C# string formatting to create content like I'm doing here works, but a more robust approach is to use the tag builder class. Okay, let's see how to use that as well. So I'm just gonna comment this out and leave it there for you guys, and I'm gonna say tag builder header, and let me import. Okay, and it's gonna be equal to new tag builder and th, and header attributes call span 3 as a string, and header inner HTML append content. Okay, and tag builder row is gonna be equal to new tag builder tr, and row inner HTML append HTML.s, and the header. Okay, and finally output content set HTML content row. So let's see, refresh, and we get the same thing but with cleaner code. Okay, pre-element and post-element properties are used to insert elements into the view before and after the output element. Let's see. I'm gonna copy this table head and call it content wrapper tag helper. Okay, F2 to get the name, paste that here. And I'm gonna say that I want to target any element with attributes wrap true. Okay. And I'm gonna have this BG color here, rename it to danger, and another property string wrapper string. Okay. And now in here, I'm gonna get rid of this here actually. And I'm gonna say tag builder elem. And this is gonna be a div. And get rid of this. Elem attributes class is gonna be bg-primary text white p2m2 and elem inner HTML append HTML wrapper string. Okay, and get rid of this as well, and output pre-element append HTML elem, and copy the same thing for post element. Okay, and this is just gonna be normal process, not async. Okay, looking good. And now in the default view down here, and I'm gonna have a div here and say wrap is true. Okay, I don't want all this. And wrapper dash string is gonna be wrapper content. And here I'm gonna say inner content. And this can be a capital C as well. So notice here that from the class, this property wrapper string is translated to kebab case when using the view. Okay, so it's all lowercase wrapper dash string in here. So this is this. Okay, I'm setting the content from here for that wrapper string property. So anyway, let's run this and see if it actually works. And refresh. Let's see, I have a bit of a problem. Oh, this is supposed to be square brackets, not curly brace. Okay, like so. Okay, let's rerun this. Here it is, and down here it is, inner content and wrapper content around it. So if we inspect, here is that wrapper content. Okay. The pre-content and post-content properties are used to insert content inside the output element surrounding the original content. Okay, so let's create that tag helper. And before that, let me just get rid of this BG color in here because it's not necessary. Just make sure it still works. Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna copy this class and call it highlight tag helper, and F2 to get that name, change the class name, and this is gonna be highlight. Okay, so that's the attribute I'm looking for, and get rid of this and everything in here. And I'm gonna say output pre-content set HTML content and a B and an I, and Control D dot, and this is gonna be post content, and close B and I just the other way around. So like so. Okay, so to apply this, I'm gonna go to default, and this name here, let's say I'm gonna say highlight is true, and let's see if this actually works. Control F5 and refresh, and here it is. Great. Okay, in order to be used, tag helpers need to be enabled, which we have already in view imports. So let's just see that. Okay, so this right here. And let's get started with the anchor elements, which are used to transform the href attributes. Okay, let's go to row partial here, and I'm gonna get rid of this comment and this td, and I will have a td actually, and na in here, but instead of the href I'm gonna use tag helpers. So I'm gonna say ASP controller home, ASP action index, and ASP route, and the name of the segment, so ID, which is model ID, and give it some classes: btn, btn-sm, btn-info, and text white, and say details here. Okay, let's see if this works first of all. So Control F5, and if I go to localhost/home/list, and here are the details, and in the bottom left I can see the URL it's pointing to, okay, which is correct. So if I click here, I'm taken to index/1, and if I click, for example, here, it's index/3. Okay, and instead of all the products here, let's just have that one product now. So in the index view, I'm gonna get rid of all of this and copy from list this table, and just these here are gonna be TRs and TD, model and price. Copy that, this is gonna be the name actually, and the price, and toString C2. Okay, let's see now, Control F5, and if I refresh, and I get watermelon and 50 cents. And let's have a back to the list link here. So here I'm gonna say have an A in a div, and let me copy from here like so, Control KD to format, and I'm using ASP controller home, but because I am inside of that same controller, I don't need to specify it. Okay, so I'm not gonna specify it here. So here also right here, I don't need to have this. I'm gonna leave it, but it's not necessary. And this is gonna be action list, right? So that's, let's see, Control-Shift-T to go to file and home controller, and this list right here. Okay, so list is the action, and let's see, is there anything we need to pass? There isn't. So I'm gonna get rid of this, and I'm gonna leave these classes the same, and say here back to list. Control F5 again, and let's see it now. Okay, back to list, and I am back at /home/list. Okay, so again, it knows that I want this home controller. So anyway, let's go to grapefruit. Okay, looking good. Red shirt. Okay, great. I forgot to mention about Razor pages in the last video, and for example, this would be ASP page for pages, and the point is, I'm not gonna show you each thing how to do in Razor. Okay, I'm showing you how to do it in MVC because that's what's used, and Razor basically isn't really used, and it doesn't really do anything, and you need to jump through hoops to get anything done other than the most basic stuff. So I think it will just prolong the course unnecessarily to do each example from now on with the Razor pages as well. So I'm not gonna do that, and once you go through the course and learn ASP Core, it should be easy for you if you really want to see how to do something with Razor pages that you know already how to do with MVC. Okay, so anyway, let's get back to this. Let's see how to use JavaScript tag helpers, and I'm going to close this index view, and I'm going to add a jQuery to the project. So let's see, www.root here, and add client-side library and jQuery. Okay, and we want it in lib actually, like so. Okay, here it is. And now in the layout file, include it up here. I'm gonna say script, and to use the tag helper, I'm gonna say ASP and source include. Okay, and files are included using globbing patterns, which means I can do something like /lib/jQuery, and let me just see here. Okay, /:/js.js. Okay, so this means it's going to include every single JS file in the jQuery folder and its subfolders. Okay, so let's see what happens. Control F5, and let's just go to home and see. So right click inspect, and in the head here, and there it is. So we have the jQuery JS, min.js, slim.js, and slim.min.js. Okay, so all of them. So far so good. You can also use exclude to exclude files. So let's say we want to exclude minified files, then I could add here ASP source exclude. Okay, and whatever has that min in the name, like so. So Control F5 and refresh again, and go to the head here, and now we get just JS and slim.js. Okay, browsers will automatically cache static files, which is great, but when you have a new version of a static resource, you want it to be available immediately, and addressing this problem is called cache busting. The idea is to allow caches to handle static content, but immediately reflect any changes that are made at the server. Okay, so the script tag helper supports cache busting through the ASP append version attribute. So I'm gonna say here ASP append version, there it is, get some help, and set it to true. So let's see now, Control F5, and you can see that I have the version attached to the source, this V, for jQuery and jQuery Slim. Okay, so that version number will be used by the tag helper until the contents of the files are changed. Also, when using CDNs or content delivery networks, you can use tag helpers to provide a fallback in case the CDN isn't available, which is really handy. So let me search for some jQuery CDN, and this one is fine. Let's go with the minified one. So copy that link, and I'm gonna Control-KC this and leave it there, and paste what I just copied, and I'm gonna get rid of this integrity and cross origin. Okay, so let's just see that we do get this. F5 to refresh, go to head, and here it is. Okay, so now to provide the fallback, I'm gonna say here ASP fallback source, and that's gonna be /lib/jQuery/jQuery.min.js. Okay, so I want to use this one to fall back on it if this CDN link doesn't work. So how do I test for that? I'm gonna say ASP fallback test. And here I need to provide something from that minified file. So I'm gonna say window.jQuery. Like so, okay? So again, let's Control F5 and just see that we still do get the CDN version, and here it is, we do. But if I change this to say 111 here and Control F5 and refresh, and let's see now, and here is our own version, local one. Okay, because this CDN doesn't work. Okay, great. The CSS tag helpers are similar to the JS ones. So this Bootstrap CSS here, that href, I'm gonna change to ASP href and include. Okay, and I'm gonna include each file .min.css, so whatever the name is, .min.css. And let's see what happens. Control F5, refresh here. Okay, and I get a bunch here, so that's all of these here in the CSS folder. And if I expand, okay, so now to exclude those, I'm gonna say here ASP href exclude, like so, and all the files that start with whatever and /reboot and then whatever. Okay, and so on for the rest. So / whatever -grid star and / whatever -utilities star and / and whatever .rtl whatever. Okay, so let's see if this works, and Control F5, refresh here, and great, we just get the Bootstrap min CSS. Okay, and finally, to use a CDN and test if that CDN exists, it's a bit more involved than the JS one. It requires 3 attributes. So anyway, let me get a CDN for this Bootstrap CSS. So I'm gonna say Bootstrap CDN here, and let's see. down here, hopefully. Here it is. So CSS only, that's fine. Copy that, and I'm gonna Control KC this one and paste the CDN one and get rid of this integrity and cross origin again. Okay, great. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna have an ASP fallback href here, and let me just have that down like so. Okay, just so it's a bit clearer. So that's gonna be this one right here. So just copy that and paste it. Okay. And now for the 3 attributes to test: ASP fallback and test class. So first some class, say btn that exists in Bootstrap, then a property. So ASP fallback test property, display, and ASP fallback test value, inline dash block, let's say. Okay. So let's see if this works. Control F5, and if I refresh here, I can say here that I'm using the CDN version. That's great. And if I say here Bootstrap 111, which doesn't exist, let's see what happens now. Control F5. And let's see. And here is the fallback version, but this star, the globbing pattern, isn't going to work in this instance here, in the fallback href. So this actually needs to be written as it is, so Bootstrap. And let's see now. Okay, here it is now and working fine. And if I go to network, and I can see here that this 111 now, which comes from the CDN, is a 404, and our local one is 200. Okay, great. The image tag helper is used to provide cache busting. Let's see. Here in layout, I'm gonna have a div with the class of m-2 and an image here. And for the image in the www root folder, add a folder, images. And I have here in course files, this image is just an image of this basically. Doesn't really make a difference, just paste that in there, core JPG, okay. So I'm gonna say here /images /core JPG and ASP append version true, okay. Don't need the salt here, and let's see what happens. Control F5, and if I refresh, and here's the image, and let me just give it a class so it's a bit smaller. So class image fluid, just another Bootstrap class, and let's see now. Okay. And if I right click inspect, and here's that V version, okay. The cache tag helper allows fragments of content to be cached to speed up rendering of views or pages. The content to be cached is denoted using the cache element, which is configured using attributes. Let's see. So here in layout, and I'm gonna have it above this render body here. I'm gonna have an m2 div, and in it an h6, bg primary, and text white, and m2 p2, and here I'm gonna say uncached timestamp, okay, and date time now to long time string. Okay, and below the h6 I'm gonna have that cache element. Okay, and copy and paste, and here I'm gonna say cached timestamp, which should be in the h6 as well, just to see it more clearly. Okay, Control KD to format, and let's see, Control F5, refresh. Okay, right here, and if I refresh again, and you can see that this timestamp doesn't change, and this one does. Refresh again, and so on. Okay, and that's basically the gist of it. The cache element again is used to denote a region of content that should be cached. And now there are various attributes that can be used, for example, expiry. So I can say here for this cache expires after, and the time span from seconds, and say 3 seconds. Okay, let's see now, Control F5 and refresh. Okay, and if I keep on refreshing, and you can see that now they're the same again because 3 seconds passed. And again, if I refresh, they're different, but now they should be the same. Okay. You can also specify a particular date which should work as long as the app isn't restarted. So for example, here I can say, and let me comment this out. So this can now be a date, time, and parse, and say here 2032, for example, and 0101. Okay, and now this should be expires on. Okay, so again, this should work as long as the app isn't restarted. So let's just see if it changes now, and it stays the same here, it's cached. Okay, you can also specify a period after which the content expires if it hasn't been retrieved from the cache. So let me comment this out and duplicate that one from up there and just paste it here and Control KU to uncomment. So now this one is going to be expires sliding. Okay, and now the content will expire if it hasn't been retrieved within 3 seconds. Okay, so let's see how that works. Control F5, and if I keep refreshing, it's all good. Here it stays cached, but if I wait for a bit and refresh now, you can see that this new content is cached now. Okay, and it's been 3 seconds, so if I refresh again, the same thing, and if I keep on refreshing, this cached content stays. Okay. By default, all requests receive the same cached content, but the cache tag helper can maintain different versions of cached content and use them to satisfy different types of HTTP requests, specified using the attributes whose name begins with vary_by. So here I'm gonna duplicate this one, Control KC to comment out the first one, and now here I can say vary_by and route, and say action here. And now each action should receive its own cached content with its own expiration. Okay, so let's change this to 10. Let's change this to 20 actually, because so I have some time, and Control F5, and let's see now. So home refresh, it's this one. Okay, and if I keep on refreshing, This timestamp doesn't change, okay? And if I now go to /list, you can see that it has its own, and if I keep on refreshing, it stays, and if I go back to home, it's still that first one, okay? And back to list, and it's still the one that it was. Okay, great. The environment tag helper is applied to the custom environment element and determines whether a region of content is included in the HTML based on the hosting environment. Okay, so let me copy this M2, div M2, and get rid of everything actually, and say here environment names development. Okay, and copy this H6 and say here development, and copy that production and production. So let's see what happens. Control F5 and refresh here, and development. Okay. In this lecture, I will focus on the forms tag helpers. So let's first create a form controller. And if you don't want to type this out, you can get the code from Get. But I'm gonna do it because I want to do everything on a video. So in controllers, add controller empty form controller, like so. Okay, and let me just copy from home this and change the constructor name. Okay, import this. So now for the index method, this is gonna be async task I action result index and long ID 1, and it will return await context products find async ID. Okay, then I'm gonna have an HTTP post action method, and let me actually just copy this one. So this would just be I action result and call it submit form and nothing here, and HTTP post. Okay, and now in here I'm gonna say for each string key in request form keys. Okay, and temp data key is gonna be equal to string join and comma space and request form key, like so. And finally return redirect to action and results. Okay, so let's create that action as well, and for this you're gonna see how this works in a minute. Let's just write results as well, and copy this again, and it's gonna be a get. So results, and this will just return the view, return view. Okay, so far so good. Now for the view, I'm gonna right click this index just so it creates the folder for me, and I see now that I'm missing a parenthesis here. Okay, so add view, razor view empty, and index is what I want to call it. Okay, and the model will be product. And let's have an h2 here, bg primary, text white, text center, p-2, and say form. Okay. And we can have the title as well, since it's using the layout. So let's just copy that from somewhere else, hopefully. Let's see this fruit. Okay, great. Here it is. And paste that here and say form. Okay. So for the form, the action will be /form, so the controller name, /submit form, which is one of its action methods that supports post requests. And let's say method post here, even though post is the default, but anyway. Okay, and in here have a form group and label name and input with the class of form control. Type I'm not gonna have is a default text, and the name will be name and the value will be at model name. Okay, and let me just have this class as the first thing here. Doesn't really make a difference, but anyway, looks weird the other way around. And the button, so button btn primary mt-2 for some top margin and say submit. Okay, so let's see if this actually displays. So that's /form. Okay, here it is, but I'm gonna get rid of everything from the layout, all the extra stuff, because it's just cluttering up space. So get rid of that and this. Okay, great. Let's see now. Okay, let's also do the results view. So I'm just gonna copy paste index, rename it to results. Okay, and this is gonna say results, and here as well, and have a table here, table with classes table, table striped, and table bordered, and the tr, th form data, and the call span 2, and tr again. Actually, for each before that tr. So for each, and now I want to loop through that temp data. So for each string key, and we don't need this model either here. For each string key in temp data keys. Okay. And now have a tr in here and the td at key and duplicate td at temp data key. Okay, so the key and the value. Okay, so this here may seem a bit weird, but this is the key and this is the value again. And in the form controller, let's see in the post. So request form, key is right here. This is the input name of the input form field, okay, and the temp data key right here. It contains both the key and the value, okay, and you can breakpoint here to check it out if you need to, but I'm just gonna move on. So let's finally test this out, and it says apples here, and if I run the project actually first of all, and refresh. Okay, submit. And here it is, name apples. Okay, so far so good. Instead of hard coding the post URL, I'm gonna use form tags. But before that, let's use that HTML anti-forgery token I introduced you to before. So if I say here HTML and anti-forgery token, and Control F5. And here in this results, actually, let's add a link to go back because it helps. So href, actually ASP action and index. Okay, and let's just say here go back. And let's just restart again. So if I refresh here and submit now I have that request verification token as well. Okay, and I'm gonna show you how to use it with post requests later on, but the point now is that it's here. So if I go back and inspect, right click inspect, let's see, here it is, okay, in the form. But when using form tags, and let me end this, then you get that token automatically. So I'm gonna comment that out, actually delete it, but also in the program CS file now I need to use app and use authorization. Okay, and let's just check before using form tags. So Control F5 and refresh again, submit. Okay, I don't have it. And now to use form tags in index view here, I'm gonna copy the action name and say here ASP action. Okay, and the action name, and let's see now, Control F5, and if I refresh and inspect, let's see, and here it is. Okay, and if I submit, here it is. The buttons that submit forms can be defined outside of the form element. For this, the button should have a form attribute that corresponds to the form's ID. Okay, so I'm just gonna give this form an ID, HTML form, and copy that, and then have a button here, and say form is equal to the ID, so HTML form, and the ASP action is submit form. And let me give it this classes, just copy paste, and say here submit outside form. Okay, so let's see if this actually works. Go back, and this one here, submit, and it does. Okay. For inputs, the ASP4 attribute is used. Let's see. And before that, let's just inspect here. So this is hard coded, so obviously name is name or whatever we said, and the value is the model name. Okay, but if we get rid of this name here and say ASP4, which is the way to go, and specify the name of the property, which is name. Let's Control F5 and see what we get now. So refresh and inspect. Okay, so we get the ID here, name and name. And we get some extra stuff such as this message from the validation. Okay. So the input type, which is text here, it depends on the type of the property. For name, it's text, as we can see, but let's see what happens, for example, if we produce the ID field. So I'm gonna leave it running and hope that it works. And Control D this one. And so this one will say ID and ASP4 ID, like so. Let's actually have the label like that as well and get rid of this value. Okay, and let's see what happens. And here it is, automatically refreshing because it's a view, and we get 1 here. Okay, and the type is obviously a number, as we can see here, but let's just check. So type number. Okay. And finally, I'm gonna show you how to work with select elements, which is a bit more involved. First, I will create a new select list in the action method. Okay, so in the form controller here, index, I'm gonna say view bag and categories, I'll call it new select list, and I need to import this context categories and ID here as a string and name. Okay, and change this a bit here as well to include the categories. So include and import. So include the p fat arrow p category, product category, and first async, where p ID is equal to ID. Okay, and now in the view, so index here, I'm gonna have another form group and get rid of this input. So label is gonna be category and select class form control and ASP4 and the category ID. Okay, and ASP items, and that's gonna be at viewback categories. Okay, so let's see, control F5 and refresh, and category fruits. Okay, and if I right click and inspect and drop down here, there's the second option, shirts. Okay, so these values here for the options are these IDs from right here, and the name is the name. Okay, by default, controllers accept post requests even when they don't contain the required security tokens. To enable the anti-forgery feature, an attribute is applied to the controller. So to do that, I'm gonna say up here in the form controller, auto validate anti-forgery token. Okay, so now if I start the application and go to /form and submit, and it still works. But if I, in index, let's see, if I change this ASP action to just regular action, and then change this to /form/submit form. Let's see now. Let me just restart the application. F5, and it doesn't work. Okay, so this auto validate, it works basically on posts. So if you hover over it, you can see that it's required for HTTP methods other than these ones here. So it's going to get applied to posts automatically. And you can also be specific. So I can, for example, comment this out, and I can apply to this, for example, get index here. It doesn't really make sense, but just to show you. So here I'm going to say validate anti-forgery token. Okay, so this is just for this get request here. So if I control F5 and go to the previous page, which is this one, and refresh now, and I can't get to it. Okay. You can also ignore the validation. So to do that, I'm gonna uncomment this line, and I'm gonna comment out this line and leave it there. And for this post here, I'm gonna say ignore anti-forgery token. Okay. Control F5, and let's see. Submit, and it works. Okay. And let me just comment this out and leave it there for the commit. And also in index here, I'm just gonna have this as it was. So ASP action submit form. Let's just rerun this to make sure it works. F5 here, submit. Okay, great. Model binding automatically retrieves data from various sources such as raw data, form fields, and query strings. We have been using model binding throughout this course, and we are using it here as well by getting the ID. By here I mean this form index right here. Okay. Model binding works by looking for data in the following 4 places and in that order. Form data, the request body for API controllers, routing segment variables, and finally query strings. So in our example here, there is no form data, so no value will be found there, and the form controller isn't decorated with the API controller attribute, so the request body won't be checked. The next step is to check the routing data, which does contain a segment variable named ID, and then the search stops and the query string isn't searched for a data value. Okay? And let's check this by not providing that third segment in the URL, but actually just adding a query string. And I have the project running here. So let me just go first to index/6, for example, and I get this. Okay, so this is the segment variable. But if I, instead of that, say form and add that query string, so say that ID is 6, I still get the same result. Okay, I don't get the 1. The ID 1, which I will get in this case. Okay. And once again, let me go to ID/5, and I get the product with the ID of 5. So again, since there was no raw data, the query string was checked lastly, and an appropriate value was found. Okay. Let's see how to use headers for model binding. Here in the form controller, I'm gonna copy this action, and this is gonna return a string, and I'll call it header. And from header, I'll say string accept. Okay. And it's gonna return header accept, like so. So let's see what this does. Control F5, and if I go to form/header, and here's the header, and if you want to get a specific header name, you can use the name property. Let's see. In here, I'm gonna say name, and that's gonna be equal to accept language. Okay, so let's run this again. And here it is. Okay. And finally, let's use the from body as well. So I'm gonna copy this results again, and say that this returns the product, and I'll call it body, the action method, and it's a post. Okay. And in here, I'm gonna say from body and call it model, and return that model, like so. and this is supposed to be product model. Okay. So to actually use this, we need Postman to make that request. So I'm gonna fire up Postman. Okay, and here are all those requests from before. So I'm just gonna, first of all, actually, I'm gonna fire up the application. Okay, and now let's find the post. Here it is. And let's hit the body. Okay, and let me actually duplicate this one. And so this is gonna be /form/body, right? That's the URL. So it's a post and body can be bananas here. And this is remembered from before. And category ID 1, I think, is fruits. So anyway, let's send this and see what happens. And we get a 400 bad request. Why? Because of the anti-forgery token that's missing. Okay, so I'm gonna say here ignore anti-forgery token, and that's applied to this post because we have this attribute here, auto validation. Okay, so Control F5 again just to make sure it gets applied, and send again, and okay, here it is. Data binding for simple types makes it easy to extract single data items from the request. Let's see. In this post here, I'm actually just gonna get rid of this for each. And I'm gonna say here string name and decimal price. Okay. And let me add that price to the view. So form index. And copy this name. So price here, and copy that and paste it here and here. Okay. And now I'm gonna say temp data, and the name param is gonna be equal to name, and Control D dot, and this is price param price. Okay, price to a string actually. So let's see if this works. Control F5 and restart here for the first product and submit, and here it is, apples and 170. Okay, so these parameter names here match the input names in the form, and that's all it takes. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this line just to leave it there for you guys, and comment it out, and comment out this as well, because all this is gonna be in a single commit so that you can see everything. And I'm gonna say here product, okay, and import this. Actually, let me duplicate this line, uncomment it. So I'm gonna say here product, and system text JSON serializer, JSON serializer, that is, serialize product. Okay, Control F5, and again, if I submit, and I get that product here, so we know this, it's nothing new to us. But you can also selectively bind properties. So here I can say, for example, bind in square brackets, and I want to bind the name. Okay, like so. So let's see what I get now. Control F5, go back, submit, and you can see that I just get the name. The other values are the defaults. Okay. And finally, you can also selectively bind in the model. So if I go to the, let's say, this product model, And let's say for this name, which is the only thing I'm getting, I can say bind never. Okay. Import this and let's see what happens now. Control F5 and go back and submit. And now I don't get even the name. Okay. And I'm just gonna comment that out like so. You can specify the model binding source and thereby override the default search behavior. The attributes are as follows: from form, from body, from route, from query, and from header, which selects a request header as the source of binding data. Okay, let's see. So here in form index, let me actually start the project. And if I go to form index 1, like so, I get the first product. And if I add a query string here, so ID 5, like so, I still get the first product, right? Because segment variables come before query strings. But if I add here from query and control F5, and if I refresh now, and now I get the ID5 product. Okay. In this section I will cover CRUD operations, as that is the basis for any website or web application. And again, I'm just gonna use MVC, not Razor Pages, as I had previously mentioned. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's first drop the database so we just have the C data, because who knows what we have right now in there. So to do that, I'm gonna right click the project and open in terminal here. Okay. And now I'll say .NET EF database drop and / force. Okay, let's check that this actually worked. So in here, SQL Server Object Explorer, local DB here, databases, and I don't have any. Okay, so it should get recreated and seeded on application start, as long as you have this migrations folder right here, which hopefully you do. So let's create a new controller just for this section of the course. Right click controllers and add controller, and CRUD controller I'll call it. Okay, and let me just copy from somewhere this, the data context thingy. So right here and change the name of the constructor and import this. Okay, great. And for index, I'm gonna have a fat arrow here and view and say context products and include P category, and let me import this. Okay, so P category, like so, and let's create the view. So right click inside the action method and add the view empty, and let me show you actually add view and razor view, so not empty. And let's use this one actually. So here you can choose the template, empty without model, or one of these, and I am gonna use list because it's this is really good. It saves a lot of time, and the model is product from core models, right? Data context is required, even though I'm not sure it's going to make a difference, but anyway. And here we can choose to create as a partial view reference script libraries, which I will leave checked even though I don't have any, and use a layout page. Okay, let's add this and see what we get. Okay, and this happens sometimes. If it does, just do it again. Okay, here it is. Control KD to format this a bit. And as you can see, we get a bunch of stuff here, and this is really good. So we get the model, the title, and the table, which is the most important thing. So I'm gonna change this title to products, and here we don't need a fully qualified name. So get rid of that, like so. And I'm not sure why they still have these like so, since these are just labels basically. So I'm just gonna say ID actually here first, and get rid of these two, and Control K D twice, 3 times actually, and that was Control D to duplicate, that is, and Control K D to format. So this is gonna be name and price and category, and I don't want it like this, it's just taking up too much space unnecessarily. So I'm just gonna quickly fix this. Okay, just like so. And now in the T body here, let's see, var item is fine, but actually let's call it product. And I'm gonna get rid of these TDs and have them like this, one line, product ID, and duplicate this 3 times, and we have the name and the price and category name. Okay, and copy this product and say here product ID, product ID, product ID. Okay, so we get these links here as well, so it's really handy, as you can see. Okay, let's see if this actually works. So Control F5, and if I go to /CRUD, and here it is, great. So here we can create a new one, and here we can edit and so on. Okay. So far in the course I have been using models as view models. View models represent the data you want to display in your view. It's not necessary to use view models if all the data you require is contained in the model class itself, but if there is extra information and also for more complex applications, they should be used. Anyway, to get started, I'm going to create view models folder. So in models, add new folder, view models, and in it add a class and call this product view model. Okay, so in here now, prop double tap and product and prop string action, and I'm gonna initialize it to create. And I'm doing this because I'm going to be using one view file for all the CRUD operations, which isn't something you would usually do, but it's going to allow me to show you some more techniques. And it's a small CRUD application, so it's fine. Okay, anyway, let's move on. Have a bool here, read only. And that's gonna be false, and string theme, and that's gonna be primary, and bool again, show action, and that's gonna be true. And finally the categories. So IEnumerable category categories. Okay. And now for the view, let's see, view scrod, then I'm gonna copy paste this syntax and call it product editor. Okay. And the model is gonna be product view model. And let's add that namespace to view imports as well. So core models and view models. Okay, let's see now. Okay, it's recognized. And the title is gonna be product editor. And here as well, product editor. And below that I'm gonna have an H5 with text white, text center, and P2, and this will say model action. Okay, and add another class bg-model theme. Okay, so have that be dynamic as well. And then we'll have a form, so I'm gonna get rid of all this and have a form. ASP action is gonna be model action, and method post. Okay, now we have a form group, label ID, and input class form control, and ASP for product ID, and say it's read only as well, and get rid of this. Okay, have another form group, a label name, and here I'm gonna have a span and say ASP validation for product name, or whatever this input represents, which is product name in this case, and give it the class actually of text danger as well. Okay, so this is to display validation messages, which I haven't shown you so far how to do. I have shown you how to validate. So that's, let's see, models and this here. Okay. And I thought I had error messages here, but I don't right now for some reason. Anyway, I'm gonna add them later on. So you're gonna see how that's done in this CRUD application. Okay, so anyway, let's get to it now, or get on with it. I'm gonna copy this input, and this is gonna be product name, and read only based on model read only. Okay, and copy and paste this for the price. So price, and copy that, paste there, and that's good. And copy and paste this again for the select. So this is gonna say category, and validation for product category ID. Okay, and get rid of this and have that select with the class of form control, and also say ASP for product category ID, and disabled based on model read only, and ASP items. So I'm gonna do that right here, display those options, at, and parentheses, new select list, and model categories, and ID and name. Okay, have that like so, so it's a bit clearer to see what's happening actually. Okay, have this like so, and tab this inward, and have an option here, value empty string, and say choose a category, and have this as disabled and select. Okay, and after that div I'm gonna have an if model action, show action that is true. In that case I'm gonna have a button, and let me just create a button up here so I get that help. So button btn empty2, and say model action here like so, and cut and paste that in here, and also give it the class of btn dash and model theme. Okay, so far so good. Since each action will require a different set of product view model properties, let's first create the view model factory class to handle the different actions. Okay, so in the view models folder that is, I'm gonna add a class and call it view model factory, and this is gonna be a static class. And first I'll handle the details, so I'm gonna say public static and product view model details, and pass the product here, and return new product view model, product action is gonna be details, read only true, theme is gonna be info, show action is gonna be false, and categories is gonna be a new list category and product category. Okay, and now in the controller, and let me get rid of everything except for the CRUD controller and this view model factory like so, and let me just copy this method. So this is gonna be async and task iaction result, and I'll call it details, but I'll have a long ID here like so, and get rid of this, and then say product and import it, and wait, and let me copy this first or default async, where PID is equal to ID. Okay, and now I'm going to create the view model. So product view model, and let me import it. Okay, this is going to be view model factory details, and pass the product. Okay, and finally return the view, so I'm going to return that product editor view with the model. So let's control F5 and see if this works. Okay, so if I go to /CRUD and click these details, and here it is. Let's do create now. So in the view model factory here, I'm gonna copy this and call it create, and pass the product and IEnumerable categories. Okay, and here I'm gonna pass those categories, and the rest I don't need. So in the controller now, we need both get and post. So for get create, I'm gonna copy this index one and call it create. And so the view is gonna be product editor, and this is gonna be view model factory create new product and context categories. Okay, and close that. Have that closing parenthesis there, and let's see actually if this is okay so far. So if I go back and go to create new here, okay, and now for the post, let me copy this details action and call it create, and here I'm gonna say from form, even though it's not really necessary, but anyway, and get that product. Okay, and get rid of this here. So now we come to that validation part. So how do I check if the model is valid? I say if model state is valid. Okay, so if it is valid, then I'm gonna say context products add product and await context save changes async. Okay, and finally return and return redirect to action index. Okay, so if it's all good, we're gonna save the product and redirect. But if the model state is not valid, then we come to this point here, and this is gonna return the same thing as here basically. So let me just copy this view up to here and paste that like so, just that this is gonna be the actual product. Okay, so if something valid is entered, it's gonna be remembered. And another closing parenthesis there. And let me go to the product model, because I don't have those messages here for some reason, and I think you do, but if you don't, let's add them now. I'm not actually sure why I don't have them, but anyway. So this is required, this name, and I'm gonna say error message, please enter a value. Okay, and let me copy this error message and add it in here as well, and here. Okay, and let's check the view. So this one, and we have these. Okay, so these should show up now if the validation doesn't pass. So let's see what happens. Control F5, and a bit of a problem in product. Let's see. Oh, I have a double here. Okay, Control F5 again. Let's see. So let me just refresh here just in case. And ambiguous because I don't have HTTP post here. Okay. So ambiguous match exception. Let's refresh. And let's just submit like so. And as you can see, I get here the error messages for each because none of it worked. But if I say here, let's say 599 and create, and you can see now that that's okay, and these ones are not okay. So because this one is okay, it's been remembered, okay, the value. And let me just put that, where is the view here? This span, let's have it down here actually. And also I'm not sure if this text danger, let's see. It has the color, but let's have it be display block as well. So class display or D block, actually I think it is. Let's check now. Okay, so let's add that to each one, just so it's a display block, so it falls below. And here as well. Okay. And let's have this one actually down here, and same for this one. And also notice I'm using here this text danger, which is from Bootstrap, but when the field isn't validated, let's see, let me right click this text one. It gets this class input validation error. Okay, so you can install that yourself if you want with that class. And now if it is valid, so let's say bananas, and create, and right click inspect, it doesn't have the class, okay, just form control. But again, I'm using this text danger here just to have it styled by Bootstrap. So let's actually add something now. Bananas, and let's say to 50, and fruits, and create. Okay, we are redirected back to the index page, and here are our bananas. Okay. And one more thing I want to mention about validation is here I'm displaying a message for each field, but you can display them all at once without doing this. Okay, so to do that, inside the form here, I'm gonna have a div and say here ASP validation summary. Okay, so this can be basically all or model only. And let's also give it a class of text danger, just so it's red. And that's it. So let's see, and having all of them is absolutely fine. So Control F5 again, and create new, and let's just create this. And there you go. Okay, so I get these ones as well. Let's do edit now, and that's similar to create. So in the view model factory here, I'm gonna copy this create and call this edit. And here I'm gonna say theme is warning and action is edit. Okay. And in the controller, I'm gonna copy details. Okay, so that get details action, and this is gonna be edit. And first I need to get the product. So context products, find async ID, and let's just check that it's not null. So if the product is not null, I'm gonna cut and paste this. This is gonna be edit, and we're gonna pass the product and the categories, and cut and paste this as well. Okay, and if it is null, then I'm gonna copy from here, and I am gonna have this create here. So else go to the create form. just that this is gonna be an empty product, a new product. So that is okay. So let's see, Control F5, and let's go to the index page and edit. Okay, so you can see the color changes as well, and this says edit. So does that theme and the action. And let's go to some product that doesn't exist, 111 for example, and I'm taking to create. Okay, and let's just have a back to index. Just up here, have an A, and this is gonna be ASP action index. Okay, so back to list, I'll say. Let's just see that this works. Okay, great. And now for the post, let's copy this one, create post, and this is gonna be edit, and this is gonna be update, and this is gonna be edit. And that should do it actually. So Control F5, let's see. Okay, so let's edit apples. Say apples 2 and category shirts. Okay, here it is. And let's finally do delete. So in the view model factory here, I'm gonna copy this edit and say delete here. And this is gonna be danger and action delete, and read only is gonna be true. Okay, and in the controller, let me get this edit, copy and paste that. Okay, so this is gonna be delete and get rid of this and this, Control K D to format. Get rid of everything actually. So context, products, remove product. Okay, which I'm supposed to pass here. And await context save changes async. Okay. And finally redirect, copy this one to index. So let's see, Control F5, and let's just refresh here, and let's delete these bananas. Okay, so delete, and they are deleted. Okay. ASP.NET Core Identity is used to manage users in ASP.NET Core applications and includes support for integrating authentication and authorization into the request pipeline. First of all, the identity package has to be added. So I'm gonna go to Tools and NuGet Package Manager, Manage for Solution, and search for identity entity actually. Okay, so this one right here, identity entity framework core. And we actually have that from the beginning of the course. So here in dependencies, packages, here it is, okay? And if I double click the project, I can see it right here, okay? So we have that, and if you don't have that for whatever reason, you can just copy this line from GitHub, the source code for this course, or just search for it in NuGet packages. Okay, so anyway, I do have it, so I'm gonna move on. The next step is to create the Entity Framework Context class that will provide access to the identity data. So I'm gonna go to infrastructure here and copy paste this data context and rename it to identity context. Okay, F2 to get the name. So this is identity context, and it's gonna extend identity DB context. Okay, and say identity user here. So let's import this and this. Okay, change the name of the constructor, and this should be identity context now. Get rid of these, and that's it for the context class. The next step is to configure ASP.NET Core so that the identity database context is set up as a service. And for that, I'm gonna go to program CS and copy this add DB context. So this is gonna be identity context now. And the rest is the same because I'm using that same connection string, this DB connection, okay? But I also need to say here builder services and add identity user and import that, and identity role, okay, for roles as well, and add entity framework stores, identity context, and add default token providers like so. Control KD to format, and that should set it up. And the last step is to create the migration. So I'm gonna right click the project and open in terminal and say here .NET TF migrations add and the double dash context, okay, because now I have two context classes, I need to specify which one I mean. So identity context it is, and call it initial. Okay, and now if I check the migrations folder, here is identity folder with its migration, okay, this initial CS file. So far so good. And now I'm gonna say .NET EF database update, and again specify the context, so double dash context identity context. Okay, and let's see if this actually worked in SQL Server Object Explorer. Here go to local DB databases, core DB, and tables, and here they are, a bunch of tables related to identity. Okay, areas are mini MVC apps within the main MVC app. They are not necessary, but are useful for features such as admin only areas or anything that is that specific within the main app. And they can also use controllers with the same names that are used in the main MVC app. Okay, so in the project, I'm gonna right click the project and add a new folder and call it areas. Okay, and in it another folder called admin, and in it another folder controllers, and finally create a controller. and I'm going to call it users controller. Okay. I also need to specify routing for areas. So in program CS, here for example, I'm going to say app map controller route, and I'm going to say that the name is areas and the pattern area colon exists, and this is supposed to be map controller route, not map area controller. You can do it either way, but I'm gonna use this one. It's basically the same one that this uses, just that it has this area exists. Okay, so this is gonna be a slash actually, and controller, which is gonna default to users slash, and action, which is gonna default to index, and slash an optional ID. Okay, and let's actually close that here like so. Okay, so now this route will match all controllers with the area name attribute. So let's add that attribute to admin controller, or the users controller, that is. So up here I'm gonna say area and call it admin. Okay, and let's now run this and see what happens. So control F5, and I have just this one index action in here, which is the default, right? So if I go to /admin, this users controller, which is the default, and the index, which is the default, will be triggered. So let's see what happens. /admin, and it works. Okay, so the view index was not found because it doesn't exist, but we can see where it searched. So inside the areas and the admin area, and then views. So this is the same as the main MVC app, but it also searched in that main views shared. Okay, so files from the main shared folder can be used as well, and areas can have their own specific files as well. And let's create that view now. So right click and add view, and it's going to be empty. Call it index. Okay, that's good. And for now I'm just gonna say admin area here just to see if it works. So save that and control F5, and let's see. Okay, here it is. But as you can see, the layout hasn't been applied, and that is because we need that view imports. Okay, so here's that view users folder, and the index is being created, but inside views itself, let's copy both of these, view imports and view start, and paste them here. Okay, and let's see now. Okay, now it's been applied. This is Bootstrap now, but even though it can use this layout, the main one, let's copy it and have its own layout for areas. So in views, I'm going to create its own shared folder and paste that layout, and the same thing. Basically, I'm just gonna say here admin. Okay, just to show you, it can use, areas can use their own layouts as well. So control F5, and the same thing, basically, just the title is different, but here is admin. Okay, so it's using its own layout. Let's add the list of users to this actually index view. Okay, so to do that, in the users controller, first of all, I need to get that dependency, which is called user manager. So I'm gonna say public user manager identity user. Okay, and import all this. Okay, and this is actually going to be private, not public. And user manager. Okay, and for the constructor, say tor double tab and user manager identity user manager equals user manager. Okay, and in this index now I'm gonna say user manager and users to list. Okay, so now in the index view I'm gonna have a table here, class table, table striped, table bordered, and the tr bg primary, text center, text white, and some ths in here, so id and so on. Duplicate that a few times, so we need the name as well, which is the username actually, and email, and edit, and delete. Okay, and now first of all check if we have any users. So if model count is 0, then I'm gonna have a tr, and let me actually create it here, and td with call span of 4 and the class of text center, and say no user accounts. Okay, cut and paste that in here, and it's supposed to be in a tr, so this as well. Okay, and let's see if this works, because we don't have any users now, and this is supposed to be in double quotes. So anyway, refresh here, and no user accounts. Call span 5 actually. Okay, and this text isn't white. Let's not have the table as striped then. Actually, let me check in here, right click inspect, and if I cancel this striped, okay, that's the problem. Let's get rid of striped. Okay, great. And to actually list the users I do have, once I have them, I'm gonna say here else, and for each var user in model, and copy this tr, and this is gonna be a td, control kd to format, and now I'm gonna say here user id, and I don't get any IntelliSense. Okay, because I don't have the model specified. It will work like this, it will know, but it's better to specify the model. So list and identity user. Okay, but I'm missing the namespace now, so in view imports here, I'm gonna control D this one and say here Microsoft ASP.NET Core identity, and let's see now. Okay, it's recognized, and let's try this again. So user, and now I do get that IntelliSense. Okay, so ID, and we need the username and the email, and add and delete. So in this TD, I'm gonna have an A with classes btn, btn-sm, and btn warning, and ASP action will be edit. And we can specify the area as well, but I believe it should work without it as well, but we'll see. Anyway, let's just specify it for now, and the route ID, which is user ID, like so, and say here edit, and let's Control D this one for delete, and ASP action delete, and that should do it. And we'll see this once we actually have some users. Okay, let's now create users, and to do that, first of all, I need to have a user model. So in models, add class and call it user. Okay, so here I'm gonna have a prop string username, and make sure you write it like this because that's how it's stored in the table. And also string email. Okay, and finally string password. And now for some validation, I'm gonna say for this username it's required, and let me import this, and also have it have a min length, which is gonna be 2, and add the error message. Minimum length is 2. Okay, and copy and paste that for the email, and for the email I'm gonna say required and email address. Okay, so you can just use that, which is very handy. And for the password, I'm gonna say first of all data type, and data type password, so that the input in the form is a password input, and it's also gonna be required and have a min length. So let me just copy that from here, and min length is gonna be 4. Okay, there it is, looking good. And let's see these columns in the tables. So let's see here ASP.NET users, and we can go to view data, for example. So here's that username with the capital U and N and so on, email, password, and there's a bunch more. Okay, let's now create users, and to do that I'm just going to refactor this index here into users controller, just like so, with a fat arrow, just so it's a bit more concise, and Control D that one, and say here create, and that's just going to return a view. And I want to create the view using Visual Studio. So in the user model I need to add ID here as well. Okay, so prop, and it's going to be a string actually, because the IDs are strings by default for some reason. You can change that, and I'm going to show you how to do that in the next course where I create a project. But for now I'm just going to leave it like this. And anyway, go to right click that is and add view, razor view, create the view name. Okay, template create, model class, let's see, user. Okay, and this data context can be anything. I'm just gonna choose the first one, use a layout page checked, and that should do it, hopefully. Okay, here it is, Control key D to format. And as you can see, you get all of this stuff, which is really handy. So I'm gonna get rid of this H4, and create here is fine, create OK. I don't need the fully qualified name here. And let's see now this form. Actually, let me change this to call 12. Okay. So action is create, that's fine. Then we have this validation. And I'm actually going to leave this as model only for now to show you the difference. And let's see, in the form group, we don't want this ID actually. So get rid of that. Username we do want. And email we do want. And the password. Okay. And they're still using inputs here for the submit for some reason. Make this a button because this is really old. So button submit button and get rid of that. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Control F5, and if I go to admin users create, and here it is. Great. Let's just add an empty2 here as well for some top margin. Okay, it auto refreshed, and this username is displayed like so because that's the name of the property, and because they're using this ASP4 here. Okay, I personally don't use ASP4 for labels, but anyway, let me just show you how to change this now. I'm gonna leave it for this example. So here I'm gonna say display and name and whatever I want. So username, but with just the U capitalized. Okay, so let's see now. Control F5 and refresh. And there you go. Okay. Let's now do post create, and for that I'm gonna copy from CRUD controller some post method. Let's see this one right here and paste that there. So this is gonna be create and this is gonna be user and import this. Okay, so if model state is valid, get rid of this. I'm gonna say identity user, new user is gonna be equal to new identity user, and curly braces, username is gonna be user username, and email is gonna be user email. Okay, and identity result is gonna be await, and user manager create async new user and pass the password as well. So user password. Okay, now to check if this succeeded, I'm gonna say if result succeeded. In that case, I'm gonna redirect to index, and if not, I want to get those identity errors. So for each identity error in result errors and model state add model error. Okay, so this is the way to add your own errors, which is the thing I haven't shown you, but I talked about it. And this can be an empty key basically, and the value will be error description. Okay, and if model is not valid, we're just gonna return the view with the user. So in here, if model state is valid, meaning that this validation from here is valid, we're gonna try to add that user. And if it succeeds, we're taken to the index page. But if that doesn't succeed, because the model state can be valid, but there may be identity errors, okay, such as the password can be formatted badly or whatever, then we come to this point and we add those errors to the model state. So let's see if this actually works. Control F5. And if I go to /admin/users create, okay, here's the form. And if I say here John and John Gmail and pass and submit, and I get a 404 for some reason, let's see. Let's inspect this. And I'm missing the area here, so let's add the area to the form. I'm gonna say ASP-area here and admin. Control F5 and refresh. And let's see the action now. And I get area admin appended here, so it's a query string basically, which is wrong. Okay, it shouldn't be like that. And that's because, let me close this in program CS. This area as route should be before this default route. Okay, so let's try again. Control F5 and refresh, and now it's correct here. Okay, so anyway, let's say John and John Gmail and pass. I'll say submit, and the model state itself is valid, but there are identity errors. Okay. And let's also try to, let's actually leave this blank and see what happens now. And now you can see that I don't get those, this error message that is on top. Okay, and that's because of this model only here. So if I have this as all, and let's and it resubmitted on its own. Now I get it on top as well. Okay, so that's the difference between all here and model only. So I'm gonna just have that as all. Anyway, let's fill this out again to be valid by the model. So I get these identity errors, okay, and this is okay, but I don't want to have this for this project because I prefer to keep my password simple locally. So to change this, I'm gonna go to program CS again, and here I'm gonna say builder services configure and identity options, okay, like so. And now here I can set various options. So I'm gonna say options, password, and minimum, actually required length 4. So same as the model. And duplicate this 4 times. I'm gonna say here required non-alphanumeric false, and require lowercase false, and duplicate this twice actually because I want everything is false that I'm changing here. So require uppercase false and require digit as false. And I'm also gonna say options and user require unique email and set that to true. Okay, so let's control F5 this and see what happens. And let's go to the link again, create, and try again. So John Gmail, pass, submit, and here it is. Okay, great. And these links in the bottom left, we can see they point to admin users edit and the ID, which is a string, and delete /admin/user/delete/ and the ID, which is a string, which we can see right here as well. And let's see it in the table as well. So local DB here, let's see, core DB tables, and here are the users and view data. Okay, so here John, and the password has been hashed, as you can see. Okay, so it's all good. Let's try to register again with as the same user actually, and let's have that link here to add new. So in index actually, so let's see, index right here, and have here that add new. So ASP and ASP action create add new user. Okay, just like so, and have an HR or whatever. Control F5 and refresh. Okay, so here is that add new user, and you can see in the bottom left it points to the admin area, even though I'm not specifying ASP area here. Okay, because I don't have this same controller, users controller, in the main application, there's no conflict. Okay, so it just knows. Anyway, let me actually get rid of this HR, it's disgusting. Okay, so let's just try again the same thing. So John Gmail and pass, and username John is already taken and email is taken as well. Okay, great. Let's now do edit user, and for that I'm gonna need a view model. So in view models, add a new class and call it user view model. Okay, and let me copy from user. So all of this, paste that in there, import. Okay, and now I'm gonna need an empty constructor because I'm gonna need one that's not empty as well. So here I'm gonna pass identity user and import this. Okay, and say that ID is user ID, username, email, and password is gonna be user password hash. Okay, so that's the way to get that password value. And now in the controller, I'm gonna paste this, copy paste that is this create post. So this is gonna be a get edit, and I'm gonna be passing a string ID here, and get rid of all this. And I'm gonna say identity user is gonna be equal to await user manager and find by ID. This should be async. And user view model, user edit, and import this is gonna be equal to new user. Okay, and return view user edit. And for the view, I'm just gonna copy this create, so rename that to edit, and the model is gonna be user view model, and add that to view imports as well. So control KD, actually it is in there, so why isn't it showing here? Let's reopen it. Okay, and let's see, this is gonna be edit and edit and edit, and basically the same thing, except that these ones are gonna have values now. So value is gonna be model username and value model email and value model password. Okay, and I need to pass that ID as well. So input hidden and value is gonna be model ID and the name is gonna be ID. And this is gonna say edit as well. And create one, let me just say register here. Makes more sense, okay? So let's see if this shows up, Control F5. And admin users create. Actually, just admin. Okay, so if I go to edit here, and great, here's John, okay? Let's do edit post now, and copy paste this create post again. Okay, so this is gonna be edit, and I'm passing the user view model here. Okay, and I'm gonna get rid of this in here, and let me copy this to get the user first of all. I'm just gonna call it identity user now, okay? And this is gonna be user ID. And I'm gonna say identity user, username is gonna be equal to user username, and identity user email, user email. Now identity result is gonna be equal to await user manager and update async identity user, okay? And now in here I want to check if this succeeded, but also if the password is not empty, because updating passwords requires a different approach. They must be removed first and then re-added. So I'm gonna say here if result succeeded and not string null or empty user password. Okay, in that case, and I'm gonna need this one as well actually, so let me just control date now. So if the password is not empty, I'm gonna say await user manager remove password async, okay? Identity user, and then result await user manager add password async identity user password. Okay, and if there is no password, and we are always going to have a password because of the model validation, but anyway, in a real project you wouldn't always have that password filled. But anyway, so if the password is empty, then just redirect to index, okay? And I'm missing a closing parenthesis there. Okay, and if this succeeded as well, then we are here for this new result value, and if it's all good, redirect to index. Otherwise, add to the model state. Okay, and finally return the view with the user. So let's see if that works. Control F5 and refresh here, since we only have John now. So let's say here John 2 and John 2 here, and the password can be pass2, even though we're not going to see a difference now because we're not logging in yet, but anyway. edit, and it seems to be fine, drawn to Gmail. Okay, and let's finally do delete. So I'm gonna copy this edit get and paste it here, and this is gonna be delete. So first of all, get the user, that's fine, and just make sure the user is not null. So if user not null, await user manager delete async user. Okay, and redirect to action index, and let's see, Control F5 and just refresh here and delete, and no users anymore. Okay, ASP.NET Core Identity supports roles, and they are managed through the role manager T class, where that T or type is the representation of roles in the database. Okay, let's say create a new controller. So admin controllers, add controller, empty, and call it roles controller, and say here area admin. Okay, so first of all I need to get some dependencies. I'm gonna say private user manager identity user manager, and import this and copy that, and this is going to be role manager and identity role. Okay, and role manager here. And now for the constructor, let me just copy this and this like so, get rid of these underscores. Okay, so user manager, and role manager. Okay, great. Now let's list all the roles. So this is going to be view and role manager roles. Okay, and now to create the view, and let's see, views, add new folder roles, and I'm gonna copy this index from users. Okay, and say roles here, and the model is gonna be enumerable identity role. Okay, and add a new role here. And now in the table we're gonna have the ID and the name, role name, and members, and edit and delete. Okay, and this count now is a method. So if model count is 0, no roles, otherwise role in model, and role ID and role name, and members here, and role ID. Okay, and I'm gonna get rid of this SP area because it's not necessary. Okay, so let's see if this works. Control F5, and now if I go to admin/roles, and no roles. Okay, great. Let's now create roles. So copy this index in roles controller and call it create, and pass nothing with the view. And I'm gonna copy again create from users into roles, and this time I'm just gonna have a simple form. I'm gonna leave this validation, and just one form group I need. So let me get rid of the rest first of all and say here create role and back to list. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of everything and just have one simple input here, role name. So I'm not gonna be using ASP4, okay, just to show you a different technique for some variety. Okay, so input type is text by default and name, and we do want to have a class of form control. Okay, get rid of the value as well. So just like so, and let's make sure actually that this first of all works. So add new role. Okay, here it is, great. And let's do post now. So copy from users some posts such as this one right here and paste that here. So create, and in here I'm gonna have square brackets and say main length. So do the validation right here, 2 and required. Okay, and let me import this and string names. So this right here. Okay, and if model state is valid, get rid of this. So identity result is gonna be await role manager, create async and new identity role name. Okay, like so. If result succeeded, redirect to action, else have this for each and return the view if model state is not valid. Okay, so let's see, Control F5. So let's just have one letter here, such as A, and we get that validation message. Okay, so that's not gonna work. So let's say role name admin and create role, and okay, here it is, great. And this we can see in the bottom left points to /admin/roles/edit and the ID, and delete the same. Okay, great. Let's handle edit roles now, and this edit roles will be the assigning of roles to users. Okay, so let's first create a view model for that. So in the view models, add class role view model, and in here have identity role, and import that, and prop IEnumerable identity user members, and Control D, same thing but non-members. Okay, and also prop string role name and prop string IDs, add IDs actually, and this is going to be an array, and Control D, delete IDs. So this is to add and remove users from roles. Okay, and now in the roles controller, let's copy this post from here, get rid of the post since it's a get, and edit, and string ID here, and I'm just going to get rid of everything in here and say identity role is going to be equal to await role manager find by ID async. Okay, and now to get the members, IEnumerable identity user members is going to be equal to await user manager get users in role async role name. Okay, and control D that one for non-members, and this is going to be user manager users to list except members. Okay, so that should do it, and this isn't async. Okay, and now let's return the view. So new role view model, and import this role non-members members. Okay, and now for the view I'm gonna copy this index and call it edit. Okay, so first of all the model is gonna be role view model, and I'm gonna have an h3 here, and here I'm gonna say edit role members and the role name, so model role name. Okay, and have an h3 here and say non-members. Okay, and then have a form ASP action edit. And again, I'm not going to have that admin area here. It should work like this as well. So this time I won't have it. And let's actually have this H3 inside the form. And this is just basically going to be two tables with the checkboxes. Okay, a hidden input with the name of role name. Okay, and the value of model role name. And let me close this form down here so I can use some of this table. Control K D to format. Okay, so first of all here I'm gonna say if model non-members is not null and model non-members count is 0. In that case, I'm gonna copy this and say all users are members. Okay, and just get rid of this call span. Else for each identity user in model non-members, and let me cut actually and paste that, Control K D to format. And so this is gonna be TD and username, and then a TD input type checkbox. Okay, and its value is gonna be user ID, and its name will be add IDs, like so. Get rid of that ID and close the table here. And now let me get rid of everything here and copy this table. Okay, Control K D to format. So now this is gonna be members, and let me actually get at H3 as well, like so. So members. Okay, so if model members is not null and model members count is 0, Then I'm gonna say no users or members. Okay, else for each user in model members, display the username, and this is gonna be delete IDs to remove them. Okay, let's see if this works. Control F5, and let's go to edit here, and let's create a user, because at the moment we don't have any users at all. So add new user. Let's add John again, John, and John Gmail pass. Okay, and let's go to roles now, and we can see here none members John and no users or members now. Okay, let's do edit post now. So in rows controller, and I'm gonna copy this get edit. So this is gonna be post, HTTP post, and I'm passing here the role view model, role VM. Okay, and I'm just gonna get rid of everything in here, and first declare identity result, and say for each string ID in role VM add IDs, and I'm gonna say identity user is gonna be equal to await user manager find by ID async, and pass that ID, and the result will be await user manager add to role async. Okay, and pass the user and the role name, so role VM role name, and copy and paste that here. So for each string in delete IDs, first of all find the user, and now this is gonna be removed from role async, user and role name. Okay, and I think I have an extra curly brace here. Let me just get rid of it. Okay, and finally return, and instead of getting the role ID and then specifying the URL /edit/ID, I'm gonna say redirect request headers and refer. Okay, 1R, that is, like so, and to string. Okay, and now let's say Control F5, and let's refresh here, and you don't have a button actually. Okay, so let's get that button in there, edit, and let's just copy from here, and this back to list as well. So get that one, and also the button. So this, Control KD. Okay, let's see now. Start the project and refresh, and let's just make sure that this form actually points to the admin area, because it doesn't have that ASP area admin, and it does, as you can see. So that's good. And now let's say that for this admin role we're gonna assign John, and it says create. Here it should say edit, but anyway, and we have an error here, which makes sense. So in roles controller, let's see here, I'm gonna say if this is null, array empty string, like so, and lowercase s, And if this is null, new string array. Okay, let's try that again. And let's go to this URL. And John has been assigned because it was reposted. But let's actually first just change this button because it should say edit. It's confusing. Okay, so let's go back to list to check that that works as well. So name admin and edit again. So John is a member. And let's say John is not a member. So edit now. And non-member John. Okay, let's also create a few more people in here. So this is admin area users. Add new user. Let's have Bob in here as well. Bob Gmail and pass. Okay, here's Bob and Sally. Sally Gmail pass. Okay. And now let's go to roles again. Edit. And none is a member of this role. Okay, back to list, and let's create a new role and say manager. Okay, so let's go to admin and say that John is an admin, and let's go to manager and say that Bob and Sally here are managers. Okay, and this members here, I'm gonna leave this hard-coded because I don't want to prolong the course unnecessarily. And the best way to actually show members here, because if you would get them from here, then it's terrible, would be to create a tag helper. Okay, and you have an example of that in my other project, ASP.NET Core 3 project. It's called roles tag helper or role tag helper. So you can see there how I did it, and I just get the members and non-members there in a different way than here. And the way I'm doing it here is more concise, but it's basically the same thing. So you can do that as an exercise if you want. You have that code on GitHub. You don't have to go through the course because it's an older version of ASP. But anyway, do that if you want. And again, I'm just going to leave members like so. Okay, so great. And finally, let's do delete. So I'm going to copy this get edit. And this is going to be delete. String ID is fine. So identity role, get that role, that's good. And get rid of all of this. And say await role manager, delete async role. Okay. And redirect to index. Let me just copy that from somewhere here. Okay, let's see. Control F5. And let's add a new role. So let's say here writer. Okay. And let's say now that writer here, Sally is the writer. Okay. So Sally is both a writer and a manager, right? That's fine. And let's remove now this writer role. So delete here. And it's gone. Okay, great. Let's see now how to authenticate users and authorize access. Okay, so first of all, in program CS, I'm gonna say here app use authentication. Okay. Now let's create a new controller in the regular controllers folder. So let's see, where is it? Here. Add controller, account controller. Okay. and get some dependencies. One dependency that is private, sign in manager, and identity user, sign in manager. Okay, so this provides the API for signing in. Let's import. Okay, and ctor and copy and paste, get rid of the underscore, and sign in manager, sign in manager. Okay, great. Let's now create a login view model. So in models, view models, add class login view model, and let me copy from user view model. So get this email and username, a password and username, that is. I'm just gonna copy this whole thing and paste it here, and import, get rid of the email. So we have the username, the password, and I also need a string called return URL. Okay, so just have that there like so. And now let's do login. So this index is gonna be login actually, and I'm gonna pass to it string return URL, and that's gonna return the view with the return URL. Okay, get rid of this, and let's create the view. So in views, right click, add account, and let's copy from admin views actually users create. Okay, so copy that one and paste it here. Okay, and call it login. So let's get into it. This model will be a login view model, and login, and here as well. Validation is fine. So we have the username, and get rid of the email, and we have the password. Okay, great. And log in, let's say here, like so, and we need to pass that return URL. So input hidden and ASP4 return URL. Okay, and change this action to login, get rid of this area, and that should do it. For the get and the view, let's see, Control F5. Okay, so let's go to account/login, and here it is. Great. Let's just remove this back to list. Okay, let's do post now, and let me copy from somewhere. So let's see, admin and users, and this post create is fine. Okay, so this is gonna be a login, and here I'm passing the login view model. So let's import that and call it login VM here. So if model state is valid, I'm gonna say here sign in result, and let's see here, let's use the fully qualified name like so, and await sign in manager, password sign in async, login VM username, login VM password, and false and false. Okay, so those are, let's see, Control-Shift-Space. This is persistent and lockout on failure, so we don't want those. And anyway, if a result succeeded, I'm gonna redirect to login, lowercase l actually, login VM return URL, and if it's null, then to the root. Okay, and if the login credentials are not correct, then I'm gonna say here invalid username or password. Okay, and return view login VM. Control-KD to format if needed, and this looks good. So when a user is authenticated, a cookie is added to the response so that subsequent requests can be identified as being already authenticated. Okay, so let's add another method here, another action method, and I'm gonna copy this login and call it details. And I'm not passing anything here, but I am gonna return new, and let's create this view model actually. So in the models folder, view models, that is, add a new one, auth details view model, and here I'm gonna have a string cookie and identity user, like so. Just import this. Okay, so it's gonna be new auth details view model, and cookie is gonna be equal to request cookies, and in here a string dot ASP.NET dot identity dot application. Okay, Control-KD, and let's also do logout because it's simple. So I'm just gonna Control-D this action method and rename then this one to delete, and this one will say await, and just have a task here, sign in manager, sign out async. Okay, great. So let's finally test this out. Control F5, and if we refresh here, let's just try to log in like this. Okay, it's required, and if I say John and it's pass, so let's say pass2 and invalid username or password. Okay, so let's say pass here and log in. Okay, and I'm taken to the root because there's no return URL specified. So this is great. And if I go to account details, and the view is not found, so let's create that view. Forgot about that. Let's go to account, so it's here, and copy paste login and details now. So the model is auth details view model, and the title can be auth details. And again, let's reopen it because it's not being recognized, and it's still not being recognized for some reason. So let me just get that namespace in here. Not really sure what the problem is. But anyway, I'm gonna say auth details here and have an h2 and say model cookie. Okay, and get rid of everything else like so. Control F5 and let's see now. So if I refresh here now, and here it is. Okay, and let's log out. Let me just make sure that this is supposed to be log out, not delete. And Control F5. So let's go to log out now. Okay, and let's go to details again. And there's no cookie. Okay, great. Let's see how to get more data about the user, not just the cookie. So I'm gonna copy this and comment this one out. Okay. And this is gonna now be async and task iActionResult. And in here I'm gonna say if user identity is not null. Okay, so this user exists, it's provided by ASP. So anyway, if user identity is not null and user identity is authenticated. Identity user is gonna be equal to await and user manager, which I don't have actually. So let me copy that from the roles controller. Okay, so copy and paste. And copy and paste here as well, get rid of the underscore and user manager, okay. And find by name async, user identity name, okay. And now I'm going to return the view. And let me actually copy this whole thing. So I am passing the cookie, but I'm also gonna pass, and that's in here actually, user, okay. And if the user is not authenticated, then I'm gonna return view and the new view model. So auth details view model, like so, okay. Control key D to format if needed. And now let's modify that details view. So let's see here. I'm gonna have a table with the class of table and say if model user is null. In that case, I'm gonna have a tr, and let me just create it here. Tr with the th class text center and say no user. Okay, and let's cut and paste that in here. Else, and let's copy paste, and let's just have this on one line and no class. And so here I'm gonna have model cookie and a username, username that is, and user email. Okay, get rid of this here, and I'm just missing this closing tags here. Okay. And also let me modify this logout a bit, because it just signs out now and that's it. And get rid of this one as well. So I'm gonna duplicate this one actually and just have it like so. So this is going to be async task and redirect result. Okay, and get rid of that and pass that string URL, the return URL, that is if it exists, and it's going to default to the root, and await sign in manager, sign out async, and return redirect return URL. Okay, let's run this and see if it works. Okay, so if I go to login again and log in as John, okay, I'm here, and if I go to account details, here is the cookie and the username and the email. Okay, and if I log out, I'm taken to the root again, and if I go to details, no user. Okay, great. Authorization is applied via the authorize attribute, and it can be applied either to whole classes or individual action methods. Okay, so first of all, I want to mention that in program CS, you need to have this use authentication and use authorization middleware, which we do, but anyway. Okay, so to demonstrate, I'm gonna create some simple action methods here. And before I do that, I need to change this here to return the login view model. Okay, so login new, that is return new login view model. And return URL is gonna be return URL. Anyway, I'm gonna copy from here this method and just paste it down here and call it all roles, and I'm not gonna pass anything here, and it's just gonna return a string. Okay, so a very simple action method, and I'm gonna say authorize here. Whoops, like so. And import this, and this is just gonna say all roles. Okay, so you need to be logged in with any role in order to access this URL. Okay, let's copy that one, and for this one I'm gonna say here roles and admin. Okay, and so this is gonna be admin only. That's what it's gonna be called, and paste that as a string here as well, like so. And copy this again and paste it here. And we have that manager as well, so let it be that manager only. And here as well, and finally I'm gonna have copy this one, last one, and this one is gonna be called access denied. Okay, and let's just have that there as a string. Okay, so let's see it. Control F5, and let me first just make sure I'm not logged in. So if I go to account and details, okay, I'm not. So if I go to login and John and pass, okay, I'm in. And if I go to details, okay, it's all good. So let's see what we have here. This all roles, anyone can access this. So let's see, copy that, account/all roles. Okay, it's all good. And admin only. So let's see that one. Okay, because John is an admin. And manager only now. Let's see. And access denied. Okay. Access denied and login are defaults, which can be changed, which I'll show you in a bit. But anyway, Let's log out now. And let's try to access now account and all roles. And I'm taken to the login page automatically. Okay, so now if I log in as John, and I'm taken back to that page. Okay, so that's where that return URL comes in. So this is the page I try to access. And let me log out again and try to access account manager only. And now log in as Sally. Actually, it's pass. And I can. Okay, I'm taken back to that page. And if I try to access admin only, I can't access denied. Okay. And finally, let me show you how to change the defaults. So let's see in program CS here. I'm gonna say builder services configure and cookie authentication options. And let's import this. And in here, identity constants, application scheme, and then options, fat arrow. And here I can say options and login path can be, for example, /login2. Okay, just to change it. And access denied path, let me just copy that and paste that, access denied too. Okay, so let's see, Control F5. And if I just log out in case I'm logged in, I'm not sure. Okay, so let me try to access account and all roles. And I guess I'm logged in still. Let me log out again and just make sure account details that I'm logged out. Okay. So if I try to access now all roles, you can see that I'm taken to login to, okay, which doesn't exist, but that's what I specified. And if I log in as John and try to access manager only URL, I'm taken to /access denied to. Okay,